is, and perhaps ideologically driven. We believe that if they are so ideologically driven, they are likely to be better placed to deliver dividends of democracy, even though that aspect of it is outside our remit. Our remit is to organize and conduct elections. But, you know, things would have been made easier, like I said, if there are fewer parties to contend with in terms of management, in terms of logistics, in terms of voter education, in terms of the logistics of printing and ferrying materials. So, but
thank you very much.
We are not doing badly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for having you on this segment of our program. We shall return to Benin now, and when we return, we'll have another set of guests at the Abuja studio. For now, let me thank Professor Adele Jinadu.
Always my pleasure.
Thank you very much for coming. And Dr. Abiodun, you are a familiar face. We won't be surprised if we see you later in the day or possibly tomorrow again. And Nick, this is your season. Yeah. Thank you very much for coming.
All right, thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, now we go to Benin.
Thank you, Femi. I join you in thanking the panelists there for their very insightful submissions there from Abuja. Let's quickly, like I told you before we joined Abuja, the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, Pastor Sagi Ize-Iyamu, has already, casted his ballot. Let's see the actuality now, and then we'll come back and discuss some more.
Camera guys, come back. Okay, please, can you? He's about to just take him live. Come your position now. Come your position. Leave them. Come your position. Don't go push him. Don't go push him.
No, don't go near there.
Which one? Now you one card.
All right, Pastor Sagi Ize-Iyamu already there, and of course, it's just part of the process. We'll also be getting actualities from other parts of the state, including, of course, the incumbent governor and the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, talking about Mr. Godwin Obaseki, and of course, if we could also get them, our reporter is in the northern part of the state, talking about the Northern Senatorial District, Edo North, where the governorship, deputy governor, and of course the candidate that's the running mate of the candidate of the APC also will be casting their ballot. I'm still here with my guest, Ebere Fendu, President Women in Politics, and Dr. Osawaru Kunzua. I was, still enjoying some of your, interventions in terms of the patterns you're expecting, especially as it pertains to women. You have two candidates in this election. What would you say? Are you encouraged that we have two women out of 14 being a part of this, and how has the awareness been like?
Yeah, it's very interesting for us that we have two women contesting out of 14 candidates. But sadly, like Ogaye tried to explain, they didn't get enough visibility. And I think this is what the media should have helped women to achieve. He talked about, the two big political parties, having maybe the support, were able to market themselves. And I tell you that, well, what you mean by two big political parties is just something that the press, did for them. They used the press to get, that to the limelight like they did.
And perhaps paid for this publicity as well.
But we also have what they call social responsibility on the part of the media. You know, the women are still coming up in politics. You understand that. We've been coming from the back. So we need every support we can get. So the media should have been there for these women. We expected that they would have, had, opportunities, to talk. NTA is the largest network in Africa. Imagine where NTA would project these women. It will go a long way. So going forward, I'm saying that wherever we have women contesting elections, media houses should please come to their aid. We don't have as much money as these men, so we may not be able to pay. But the men also didn't just start, to get visibility. It's something they've been doing from time to time. So with their support, yes. And then this time again, we're also looking at the security agencies also. We need to have more women, security officers sent out, to the field. It will help other women to feel that they are part of the election. So generally, in everything we are doing, the gender perspective must be taken into account.
All right. Dr. Konzua, it's getting to the point where people will begin to cast their votes. At this point, of course, we'll begin to see different patterns. What are you expecting at this time?
I expect a smooth phase of the entire process. The voting part of it is actually the defining component of the entire exercise. It's just a phase after all. So I expect it to be smooth, and I expect it to dovetail into the next phase, and on until the process is concluded, and we have a governor earmarked for us beyond November 12th. It's as simple as that in my own mind's eye.
I'm trying to link up with one of my colleagues talking about Nnamdi Odipo to give us something on his, what is seen so far. Nnamdi, are you ready for me? Hello, Nnamdi, are you ready? All right, so once we get him, we'll get that. Of course, I will be able to give us something on what is happening. It's been going around town to see if we can, if he can give us a few of the highlights from town so far. I would also, of course, get some other reports, but we have one online now, and it's talking about factors influencing the electorate, because we're getting to that point at this time. Well, let's look at some of the factors that could influence the electorate in making a decision on a day like this.
During the electioneering campaigns, candidates wooed the people with different manifestos and promises. Infrastructural development, employment, and youth empowerment were some of the promises made to the people. However, just as the faces of the people on the streets are different, so also is their motivation to vote for their preferred candidate.
We are very much ready for the election. We want to actually vote for our candidate whom we believe will take the state to a new level, whereby opportunities will begin to come to the citizens as they desire. The candidate that will never let us down, the candidate that has our interests at heart, that is the candidate I have chosen to vote for.
It's not a thing of thinking of what to do or giving them money to buy your vote. As for me, I'm going there to cast my vote, irrespective of whoever win or emerge winner, but I'll vote for my conscience.
I want to vote for my candidate because may repair roads and may repair our markets and may everywhere they secure well, very well.
We are looking forward to that governor that will have a special interest for the environment, whose program year in year out will touch the environment.
And the government can benefit the masses. Who they after the masses? I don't know the pay of the masses. That anyone that come, anyone God can bring out, who can hear our masses prayer, God will bring it out.
54-year-old Sunday Binosa is a commercial driver. He says his vote will be for a candidate that will put first the needs of the people.
If I have to vote for anybody, that person must be somebody very credible, somebody who I know can be of help to the people of Edo State. So such a one I will want to vote for.
It is the hope of the people that their votes will count and the election will be free and peaceful. In Benin, Obehi Otoba Persai, NTA News.
All right, Nnamdi Odipo's report is now ready, talking about voting in Benin. If we can have that report now before we continue discussions in the studio.
Hello, indeed, I can confirm to you that the votes have officially begun. I'm actually somewhere in the center of the metropolis that is Benin City. I'm in a primary school, Olua Primary School. It's Oselu Ward 7, where we have a couple of polling units and quite an impressive turnout of people, of course, in relative terms to the number of registered voters expected to exercise their franchise and, vote here. And so, as voters actually began to turn up for this exercise as early as 7 a.m. and by the time it was 8:30, the official time designated by INEC for the official opening of the polls, there was quite an impressive turnout of people here waiting for the exercise to begin. And of course, like I did say at the beginning, I can officially confirm to you that the vote is ongoing and there are people here in line waiting to cast their vote. Well, Femi, like we did know, INEC did say before the exercise, the INEC COVID-19 guideline is in place. We have been able to go around. I'll ask the drone to just go up a bit to give us a sense of what is happening here. Okay, great. You would now see the turnout of people for this particular ward war here. And you would also, I don't know if that's possible for the drone to show us, you'll see INEC officials in front. I mean, the first table on the line is an INEC official with sanitizers for eligible voters in the queue waiting to go for verification of their PVC cards. That is the accreditation. And like we do know, of course, it is happening concurrently. Accreditation and voting is happening concurrently. But the procedure is that you join the queue, you go to the official with the hand sanitizer. You sanitize your hands, and then you approach the officials on the table, on the next table for accreditation. And upon confirmation of your PVC, you're allowed to go to the next table where there is another official waiting to give you your ballot papers, and of course you proceed with the vote. It's been a sunny day, Femi. I mean, I dare say we're hoping that things continue this way. It is quite a progressive exercise. It's early hours yet, so I mean, we hope that it continues this way. We have been able to get reports from other parts of the state, and it's just like what we're seeing play out here. We're hoping that Edo State, we're hoping that the people of Edo State turn out en masse to participate in this exercise. I did say it's early hours. We hope it's progressive. And Femi, I can assure you that we're on ground, and our reporters are across the state, the 3 senatorial zones of the state, and we're hoping that we will be able to turn in reports to reflect the true nature of this exercise. We will keep you posted and updated as events unfold. It's back to you.
Thank you, Nnamdi Odipo. I'm just here. Perhaps Abuja is also listening to you talking about Femi Okeowo right there. Let's bring in Elizabeth Omoko. She's with the incumbent, but she'll be speaking to us on phone. Elizabeth, tell me what is happening in your zone. Go ahead. Okay, your audio is faint, but we'll try and get back to you so that you can give us an update. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Let's look at some of those pictures that came in from Nnamdi Odipo. Now we can see the crowd and excitement building. It's almost like a carnival in that area I went to. Against what we afraid of, that this might lead to some voter apathy because of the drums of war that were being beaten before we even came into town. But Edo people are telling us they are coming out, are not coming out, they are coming out en masse.
Of course. Edo people will always show an example to the whole country. And again, this is no bluster. The professor in the Abuja studio did say so, that apart from being a segment of the old Western region, we too, if you know our history very well, we derive from an old kingdom, even an empire. So to organize things is not a thing that is new to us here. And so long as the people do not suffer any interference, they know how to behave and conduct themselves. And on this very occasion, they are being invited to choose who is going to be a governor. And they know what the stakes are. So that is the reason why they have come out in the large numbers we are seeing. And you are going to see it. For me, I always expect that opinion that all the fears of violence and all that, without disrespecting the investment people have made in anticipating that same violence, that the fear of violence will be an anticlimax, and that will be proved later in the day. So they will come out in large numbers, they will cast their votes, we will have a person who will enjoy our mandate reasonably at the end of the day. And I don't think we'll have any fear still.
As an election observer, what are your expectations, especially bringing on board some of your, experiences in other places, not other climes, or other states before now? We had the 2019 general elections that was spread across the country. We had 2 states do November 16 in 2019. That was just 2 states, so the rest of the country could watch. Now this is just 1 state, and all eyes are on Edo State at this time. What are your expectations as an election observer, apart from your special interest in the women folk?
Yes, it's something that we are excited about, because watching that video and seeing that people came out en masse to vote is something good. Because here we know that since the concentration is actually on Edo State, people are interested, people are, have made their contributions, and it's good to know that the violence that, we thought would have been terrible, in fact, when I said to some people that I was going to Edo State to observe elections, 90% of the people I talked to, family and friends, said, don't go there, it's going to be bloody. And I mean, Edo, I've been here for how many days, and there's no sign of that kind of thing. So I'm excited, and it's good to know that Edo people are really ready for the elections. But I just got an information from our observers, and it's saying that security officers in Issaco West Unit 4, Ward 10 are stopping others from coming from voting.
We have to verify this, so we will cross-check, so that we don't agitate the public further.
Yeah.
So we would actually do a verification before we, perhaps look at the authenticity of that or not. But let's look at this very quickly, Dr. Kunzwa. Let's look at some of these, what we've said in the past, the spread of these elections. And perhaps you can give us a sense of how the state is in terms of its peoples. We know of Edo North, we know there's Issaco, there's Onwa, there's Akoko Edo. Can we give us a sense of the groups of, the ethnic, the different ethnic calibrations that we have, and then what to expect and how politically where they are and all that. We know the Beninese and the Benin-speaking area is quite a large area. We have the central, we have the north, are made up of, small blocks, not small blocks, considerable blocks of people.
Well, if we're going to go by what the anthropologists and ethnographers have said about us, we are actually one stock. In fact, even our languages are thought to be derivatives of the Edoid group of languages. We are the same. And our temperament is generally the same as well. We are generally very progressive. We like good things. We like progress. We like advancement. We like improvement. And as I said a while ago, whatever name we are called today, we are not new. We didn't just fall from the sky. There was an empire here before, and so on and so forth. And you still see the signs here. So we are generally the same. But politically now, we are in 3 senatorial districts and so on and so forth. But the thinking is generally the same. So I don't really think inherently a Benin man is very, very different from an Ishan man, or an Issaco man, or an Onwa man, the man from Akoko Edo, and so on. As a matter of fact, the languages even overlap. Of course, they derive from the same roots. A person who is from anywhere in Benin, not necessarily Benin City now, Benin is larger than Benin City. but say from Benin, and is listening to, can carry on a very good conversation with a person from Igweben, Ogwa, and Ebele, for instance. Though that one calls himself an Ishan, and the other one ethnicity calls himself a Benin man, they can carry on a conversation, and they don't need an interpreter. So basically, we are uniform. But politically, because of the new divisions and so on, and claims and counterclaims and so on, people have different tendencies based on their own interest. But inherently, we are talking about the same people. And when Edo was created as a crack-up from the old Bende state, even the 39th Oba of Benin, Oba Rediawa, described the state as the most homogeneous in the country, generally so. So I don't think we have any problem with that. And that is the reason why you see people coming out now. And I can tell you, this grand swear is not for nothing. If it's not obstructed by some untoward forces, you are going to see the results. To shock you. Because people are generally agreed at the informal level what they want. So if there is no obstruction today, and I hope there will not be any, you will see the result. It will be overwhelming, it will be clear, it will be unambiguous, you will see it.
All right, let's look at it, an aspect of it that we should, appreciate is the participation of youths. Of course, this process has been, helped along and lubricated by the efforts of the ad hoc staff made up of the National Youth Service Corps. Just like their anthem says, youth obey the clarion call. They've been doing that and going to the interlands to make sure that they support the efforts of the Independent National Electoral Commission. Then the youths in town, the youths are, of course, could be used as agents of one form of violence or the other, but there's a charge that they should be a part of a constructive process to begin to help a developmental renaissance, a new wave of development for the state. Let's take this report on youth as attempt to shun violence, and then we'll come back to the studio.
Youths involve both male and female persons between the ages of 18 to 35. According to statistics, over 70% of Nigeria's population constitute this age bracket. With the closure of schools for months now owing to the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic and a high rate of unemployment, observers express anxiety over youth restlessness, especially those who do not have means of survival and willing to make themselves available for politicians to be used as agents of violence, all in the name of little cash. Electoral violence, they believe, has far-reaching consequences and can determine the acceptability of any election.
Appeal to our youths. The truth of the matter is that youth do not even engage themselves all by themselves. They are also sponsored by the elites. I appeal to them to see these elections as what the guidelines request of us as young people to perform our civic responsibility.
Even though religious, traditional leaders and other stakeholders have shared responsibilities in preaching about positive effects of political tolerance and peace building, the bulk of the job, they say, lies on parents.
For us all to go back to our value system.
Charity begins at home. Our parents should know how to bring up their own children so that when they go outside, they should know how to behave, what to do, irrespective of whatever situation they find themselves.
If every parent will caution their children on how to behave, I think they won't go out there to exhibit what they are not taught at home.
As the electorate in Edo decides the helmsman for the next 4 years, political watchers and observers want the youths to dissuade their minds from election violence, draw lessons from the past, and be instruments of peace to pave way for credible leaders.
Thank you for that. Of course, what I know Edo used for is their performance in sports. Over the years, of course, that that energy, like the report is saying, should be converted more into, of course, this kind of endeavors, and of course, showing any kind of communication that might want to lure them into perhaps, upsetting the process in any way.
Not only in sports, in other areas of excellence, even academics, in the industry, in the military. I know that we have made our own above average quota to national development. It's not only in sports.
Yes, I know.
Well, maybe sports,
you know my background.
Oh, well. Well, for the fear of thuggery and so on, the young persons in the community usually provide a pool that can be easily exploited. So I couldn't agree more with the respondent for saying that parents should try and rein in their offspring so that they won't be available for such activities and so on. And of course, yes, if the young people use their energy constructively, I don't think they are available to be exploited and so on, even for their own safety. So we are all sure now, reasonably sure.
But in terms of youth groups, have they been very visible during this process and on the run-up to the elections?
Of course, yes. If you, especially in social media and the rest of them. You know, what makes those states really, really vibrant? Even our own kingsmen in Delta, who used to be part of our old Bendel, you know, there is a kind of can-do attitude, a kind of consciousness, a kind of sophistication, a kind of modern outlook here. And it's not a thing the youth themselves developed. They inherited it from their parents. That is our temper in this place. So the young persons, they know what the stakes are. They know that this election also has to address their own future. So they know. Those above 18 who have registered who are going to vote, they also know who they are going to vote for.
All right. You were saying something about expectations in terms of conduct during the elections. We've talked about the organizers, themselves, the umpire. In terms of, maintaining, strict discipline during this process, even when perhaps there could be a few aggravations in terms of, as you said, logistical challenges. Under numbers, what would you be expecting from the electorate at this time?
I expect the electorates to go out to cast their votes, and from what my colleague here said about the youth, let me say that all through the trainings that we had in Edo State and other organizations, they participated fully. They showed, the kind of support we wanted from them. So I am sure that both women and the youth and even persons with disabilities will be coming out to vote. And the interesting thing is that apart from the peace accord that the major political parties, all the contestants actually signed, the youth themselves, they've made up their minds that they will participate positively in these elections. And so far, so good. That's what we've been seeing. From reports we are getting, they are all there to vote, and it's peaceful, it's orderly, and that's very encouraging for us. So if we get it right here in Edo State, definitely it means that subsequent elections will come out better. So for us and for me as an observer, I think this election is going to be free, it's going to be fair, and it's going to be an election that people will appreciate.
And in terms of just being one state, surely that should be easier to manage in terms of this logistics. What do you think? As against when we had, a number of states do with the presidential elections in 2019.
Not really. But I think INEC, they've really done well this time. When you talk about logistics, there are always challenges, honestly, because these are things that, as an individual, you can't carry out yourself. You have to rely on other people helping out to do. So, on my part, and I think for every observer, so far so good, we are really celebrating, the steps they've taken so far. That's INEC this time. And I think that this will also translate. You can see that they have actually started voting. And we can see that nobody is complaining about not getting materials, because as of 2 days ago that we arrived, we started hearing that, they've taken all those things to their respective destinations. So one good thing for me is to see that INEC, went back to review certain things that happened during the 2019 elections, and they're using some of these elections now to make corrections, and they are getting it right. And I'm thinking that if they succeed in getting it right in Edo, Ondo will be better, other elections will, generate from there.
Dr. Kunzua, let's look at in specific terms. Where will the areas of improvements you expect there should be a leap as against previous elections? Let's perhaps put Edo and Bayelsa in perspective, for instance. Where exactly are the areas where you need, in terms of logistics, in terms of delivering, what we need in the organization of this election? Which areas do you think there should be a general leap in in terms of efficiency?
Visible integrity of the electoral process. One sentence will do that.
I was waiting for maybe a few more lines to explain. All right.
Visible integrity of the electoral process, because the election is an impersonal process for making a choice democratically. Don't forget that the different political parties, even 14 in our own instance now, though two are dominant, they are supposed to construct a package of policies that will be a kind of menu people will choose from. Okay? And then the people have never been deemed to be perfect, but it is the choice, their own choice, that should gain supremacy. And INEC enjoys that mandate, is well apportioned to them by the Constitution, to consult the people at this stage, because this is actually the stage where that reciprocal control comes in. A person has governed for 4 years. He's bidding for another 4 years. Will people say yes or no to continuing with what he's been doing? Will they be maintaining him or replacing him? Now, if the remaining 13 alternatives, is there anyone who has been able to persuade the people so that they will feel any of those 13 will be better than what we have been having? So those are the questions. It's only the electorate themselves who will answer that. But for INEC, whatever it does, whatever lapses will happen, those lapses should not be seen to have conferred an advantage on one person or considered a hurdle to the other person. It should be uniform, so that at the end of the day, a reasonable person can stand aside and say, the Edo election, the way it was conducted by INEC, the intention of INEC was very, very clear, it was legitimate, and the product is acceptable. That's what we want.
All right, I understand that Abuja is also still standing by. Once they are ready, we'll join them. We're also expecting reports from our reporters from the field. The National President of Women in Politics is here. She's still here. Ebere Ifendu, before I will release her to go and do some monitoring herself, and perhaps even return in the course of the day to give us some updates. Of course, Dr. Osawa Rukunzwa is here with me to still continue to share ideas and perhaps reacquaint me with a state very dear to my heart as well. Let's look at what is happening, across at the moment. Participants will be looking at the INEC themselves, monitoring the process. A key aspect we have seen now, especially, is as if the crowds are here, but the control is not as strong as we were expecting. Some kind of, even if you don't have these masks, perhaps even the gap you are supposed to give the next person. Because we need to be alive to enjoy the dividends of democracy we are trying to, enthrone at this time. We are seeing a lot of clusters, especially in the last report, as put together by Nnamdi Odibo.
Well, that's sad. That's sad, and I'm sure what is almost looking like a stampede, is the turnout being in excess of what was expected. Maybe they expected people to walk in, strolling, maybe singly, in twos or threes, and now you have crowds milling around the place and so on. So I think it's a good thing people have turned out, but I think it's right there in the feed that those who have the responsibility to tell people to assume a different array, do the markings and the rest of it. Of course, yes.
Yes, everybody wanted to make an intervention there.
COVID protocol is a new thing that we're experiencing. And then it's also the mindset of certain people who, some of them don't even believe that it's existing. And so they will not, it's really not going to be easy. But I'm happy that INEC at least made an attempt to provide some of these things needed. So it's something that we need to, going forward, we need to educate the people more on why they should, come with their face masks. There should be social distancing. Because even at the airport, you see that some of these things are not even followed at times. So in a situation like this, it will be very difficult for us to be able to control it.
All right, let's just inform you that the immediate past national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Comrade Adams Oshomole, has also, casted his ballot, has cast his vote at Iyamo in the, I think it's Isako West now, local government area in Edo North Senatorial District, will be bringing the film shortly. Our reporter is right there on ground. I want to believe that's Victor Cha. Will be getting that in a few minutes from now as well. We're also monitoring all the key actors. The Deputy Governor, Philip Shaibu, is also in that zone, as well as the running mate to the APC candidate. And Audu is also there. He's in just around the same area. Victor is in Auchi, and that area will be giving us some information as well. Beyond that, we were talking about the issues of, the voting closing. We'll see how, we'll be expecting that around 2:30. So we'll be looking at how that would also come out shortly. We'll look at that. But you were telling us about, how logistically that may not be possible to control the crowd. But what could be done under such circumstance? We saw another ward where they were sanitizing hands before even entering they were sanitizing the hands before entering. Could there have been something done, better?
Yeah, the truth is that, they made provision for hand sanitizers, for, water to wash and the rest. But, like the section we saw, there was a huge crowd, like Oga said, maybe it was not expected that people will come at that, together. So I think what they should do now is to, ensure that people stand aside and come, singly to vote. Being able to maintain social distancing.
All right, let me just cut you short. I think we'll come back to the three of us. Just hold on to that thought. Let's take this clip from Iyamo. Comrade Adams Oshomole has, visited, of course, on his word, has cast his vote. Let's take that report from Iyamo.
When? No, I'm not done.
I'm very impressed with what I've seen here. And where we have one or two reports, we call the police, they have responded. So I think so far so good. Police have provided security, and you can see, contrary to the speculations that people are going to be fighting, the presence of police, you can see the people are happy. Nobody is intimidating anybody, and that is what we expected. that will put enemies of democracy to shame. I just pray that the way the police have provided security here, it is the same thing around the state. But in this area, from the report I've got so far, not just here, there is good police presence, and the only downside, as I said, is INEC. Because there are three things you need for a credible election. A peaceful atmosphere, it prevails, it's here. Happy people, not aggressive, to celebrate democracy. We can see them smiling, even with babies and so on. We see even elderly people, that one touched me. You know, they're very old men. They are told their card is not working, it's not functioning, the smart card, they have their PVC. They just sit down there, they are not fighting. Why is there no PVC? Why is there no this? Believing that INEC will rectify it and that they will be able to vote. You see old women, older than my mother, they are seated there on the ground. Ideally, these elderly people should be given the priority to vote because of their age. But we are told their machine is not functioning at all. And it's not even here, they're taking it away. And INEC has not replaced. Even at that, they are not shouting, they are just trusting that INEC will not fail them. I just pray that INEC does its part. We have security, we have enthusiastic people, we have peaceful youth, even we old men, we are ready to vote. So I just pray that INEC does their part. And I want to thank the police for providing security. Because I've always argued when people come to ask me or the ambassadors and so on about my view about the election, I said, once there is presence of police and security, these criminals are cowards, those who want to disrupt. But if there is no police presence, then the criminals take over and begin to intimidate the people. Because they target this unit that you have heard them boasting that I will lose my unit. And that's why I'm very suspicious why, for the first time, the candidate in my unit or one of the units is not working. But I will call INEC people to find out why this should happen here. I have the same report in Anekbete and a few other places where the candidate is not working or is rejecting a lot of legitimate, genuine cards. So I thank the police for their work. But let me also advise the police, you know, from my past experiences, the enemies of democracy, which they call thugs, they will start to operate when it comes to collation time. They can then grab the paper after people have voted and make sure that counting is difficult, or even after counting, as you are moving them to the collation headquarters, they can then block road. So I trust that you are ready to take care of all of that. But to be honest, the police has done Nigeria proud. And I pray that it goes like this everywhere. I've not had a negative report at all about the police, and that's a huge, huge difference. So, officers and men, I'm grateful. Thank you.
All right, Comrade Adams Oshomola. They have my reporter there in town already, Nnamdi Odipo, standing by. Nnamdi is in an area in Benin. Nnamdi, can you tell me where exactly you are?
Not too far away from where you're transmitting. As a matter of fact, I am at Baptist High School along TV Road here in Benin City. And let me just very quickly say this, it's a calm atmosphere here. Like the previous places that we have been to, voters are here in queue waiting to exercise their franchise, cast their votes. It's, for all I know, having visited a couple of places already, it would seem that the people of Edo State are ready to change the narrative. I am talking now in terms of the atmosphere and how calm and collected they are going about their business and focusing on the business of the day, which is voting. And Fisai, I can tell you that for a couple of places that I've been to, that is exactly what the voters are doing in an orderly fashion, Fisai.
Can you talk to someone who is who has voted at this time? Just talk to someone for me there who has voted, so that we can have a sense of or what has been done today?
They respected me as an elderly person that I should come and cast my votes.
Okay, fantastic.
All
Please,
right.
if you don't mind, can you just wear your face mask? Sorry. Thank you. Fisayo, if you just give me a couple of minutes more, I'd like to get a sense of what he thinks about the exercise so far. I beg your pardon if I'll crave your indulgence. Just give me like a minute. Very quickly, sir, speak to us about the general ambience of the place. A lot of people had fears initially of coming out to participate in this exercise, but now you're here, you've done yours. Give us a sense of how it is so far.
Okay, I thank God for everything. The atmosphere is very conducive. It's very fair and calm. Unlike the prediction of people, there was going to be war and there was going to be killing. But thank God for we Christians who equally pray that God should allow peace to prevail.
Thank you so
and actually the peace prevail. Everything is well orderly and well patterned by God.
Well, Fisayo, that's about it. I mean, there are people here, and like we said in the previous, yes, please.
Any preferences at this time? We had some areas where maybe that was not done, but were they giving any preferences?
We're back here now. We have signals problem in Benin. We get it sorted out, but it's just as well because we have some very highly placed personalities here, highly placed personalities in electoral matters and in political matters here in the studio in Abuja. And I have the delight to welcome to my far left a former Vice Chancellor of the University of Abuja, Professor Nuhu Yakub. He is also a political scientist. You're welcome to the studio, Prof.
Thank you very much.
We also have another political scientist, so this panel is going to be hot in terms of dissecting the political atmosphere of Nigeria and where we are moving to. He is of the Department of Political Science, Veritas University, Abuja, Adagbo Onoja. He's a lecturer there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah. And the man you all have been waiting for, we thought he was going to be here in the morning, but duty called, and even here now, his mind is in Benin, and his body is here in the studio. But when we pose the questions to him, I'm sure he would bring the two together. The first Public Relations Officer of the Nigerian Police, DCP Frank Umba. You're welcome to the studio.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure.
Now, let's start with you, Frank. We have 31,000 police officers deployed to Edo State for this election. We have gone to Benin all day while transmission was on. We saw their presence. And we always say in security matters that the presence is a deterrent in the first instance. But we also saw a display of force. But there are people who have told us that, that the presence or sometimes over-presence of the police can be a double-edged sword. It can scare the troublemongers, but it can also scare the peaceful people who just want to vote and go. Which do you see as the most important area to deal with in any election, and particularly the Edo election?
I think first of all you need to understand our core mandate. Our core mandate in this election and in all other elections has always been to provide a conducive atmosphere for all the stakeholders to be able to operate. Ours is to ensure that we provide an atmosphere that is free from fear, free from crime, free from violence, and make sure we provide a level playing field, remain politically neutral, and provide a safe and secure environment for INEC to work, for election observers to be able to do their job without molestation and threat to their life, for journalists like you to be able to move around, rove around, file their reports without any intimidation, for candidates who are also standing in for the elections to be able to do their bit, and then most importantly for our citizens and our voters to be able to come out and vote and return home peacefully. And so when we do our deployment, these are the core areas we are looking, and these are the things we've done in this election. The most important thing is to keep the troublemakers away. And I'm answering your question directly now. The most important thing is to keep the troublemakers away. The most important thing is to make sure that political talks and those merchants of violence are not able to move from point A to point B. The key things here include making sure that we're able to choke up those people who want to ferry arms from one point or the other, those who want to distribute cannabis and other kind of illicit drugs, and put up our young ones in the mood that they will be able to unleash violence. These are the core things we're doing. Okay. And I will say this again and again. The number of policemen we deployed in Edo is just the right size. We're not just policing the polling and voting centers, we're also policing the streets, we are policing the interstate borders, we're policing the waterways, we are policing the critical national infrastructure, we are policing INEC offices, whether at the local government level or at the state level. We are policing the hotels where a lot of these guests, the observers, the monitors, the INEC officials, as well as journalists will be staying. So it is a comprehensive thing. And again, at the risk of sounding repetitive, it is always better to err on the part of surplusage than to err on the part of insufficiency.
Professor Yakub, very valid thinking the Nigerian police has, but you are a political scientist, and you certainly would look at the general effect. It's a double-edged sword. Which does it cut more? Does it cut the peaceful person who just wants to come out and perform his civil responsibility, or does it cut more on the people who want to stop them from performing that responsibility?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we'll have to actually put issues in context, and what I will want to say is that election is a civic activity. Okay. You know, people are being given the opportunity to select or to elect people who will represent them. Okay. They will give the mandate to people who will come in and, assist them to attain their aspirations. And in that context, one will have to, one will expect that, the kind of arrangement, especially the police have, the DCP has actually mentioned, is quite relevant, is orderly, and is expected. But I think if we put it also in a larger context, we look at also the political culture of this country. Yes. People actually going into politics, for instance, for service delivery, or they are there, to line their pockets. If the answer is the former, then you expect that there will be everybody, both the contestants as well as the voters, will now understand that to discharge this civic responsibility, they have to be very peaceful and create conducive atmosphere where things are done very peacefully and successfully. But if it is the latter is the intention, of course, it is. What we've been witnessing, especially at election periods in Nigeria, is a situation whereby, both the contestants, to a large extent, as well as the voters, particularly those that they have already employed as thugs, or those who will be their, foot soldiers, they have gone, with the intention of actually making sure that peaceful election will not take place. So, what therefore we should be thinking about is how also do we, work towards having or generating or ensuring the development of a peaceful political culture in this country. If we can't get it, then the police, distinguished DCP has actually also mentioned, a very key point, which is it is better to err on the side of surplusage. Yes. Let's have it as many policemen deployed, to the scenes of, voting, so that we avoid, violence. But if we do not, if this is not done, it also now have, a very negative impression about election, politics and election generally.
Onoja, please, I'll come back to Onoja, but we have a progress report from Nnamdi Ojipo in Benin.
I can tell you that for a number of places that we've been to, it's literally practically the same everywhere we visited. The people come and collected and going about their business, of voting, in an orderly fashion. Well, that is exactly what is playing out here at the Baptist High School, somewhere along TV Road, where we've had the opportunity to speak with a couple of eligible voters, well, not on camera now, but then these are people that are very optimistic of today's exercise. They hope and pray that it continues to remain peaceful and progressive, and crucial stage that it enters. They hope that this calmness carries, on to the next stage, and eventually until it climaxes and the sun sets on the election, Femi. Yes, we have had the opportunity to get some information from other parts of the state as well, and we're getting very delightful news that the exercise is quite progressive from these other parts. But for the city center, for the metropolis, and haven't had the opportunity to drive around, we can tell you that security agencies, it's an it's a multi collaboration amongst them security agencies, and we've seen their visible presence around the city center, and for that we want to believe that they are also on standby and eager to participate and contribute their quota to today's exercise. INEC COVID-19 guidelines are in place. We've monitored a couple of places and they are in force, they are in effect. It's no marks, no face marks, no vote, and that is exactly what is playing out in, has been playing out in all of what the polling stations where we visited. Well, Femi, well, we will continue to go around and we will bring you as much as we can. NTA is on the ground, like we did promise our viewers days before the election, weeks before the election, I beg your pardon. We will try to cover as much as we can from every part of the state, and that we will be bringing to you out there. Thank you, Femi.
In 2016, or even in the last election in Kogi and Bayelsa, before COVID-19 came, we would just have been excited seeing that queue behind you. But now, anybody who sees a queue now, in terms of circumstance now, begins to observe a few other things. Are they actually adhering to the social distancing? And how many of them actually have their face masks on at the polling centers you have observed? Signals there, so let's come back to our studio in Abuja. And I was taking up Onoja on the issue we are discussing, that is the atmosphere, secured atmosphere for election. From the response of Professor Yakub, it would seem the Nigerian police is responding to a culture. Yeah. Now, for how long will that culture endure in Nigeria, and what can we do to change that culture, except if it is a universal culture, to have police everywhere or security persons?
Well, yeah, in a sense, it is becoming a universal culture because elections have become, we are having an election moment in human history now. Election has become complicated. It's not as it used to be. From Belarus in Europe,
yes,
to the US in North America, to Bolivia, and back to our own neighbor here, Cote d'Ivoire.
And then Mali, of course, Mali have not had the election.
So election has become, in fact, you know, there is a team at Ibadan that are saying that election has shifted from selecting state officials to contestation of the state itself. Now, which means we need to start doing homework. The police, the think tanks, the universities, the politicians, the political parties. If that claim makes sense, if we study it more critically and it makes sense, then it's a signal to us to start making much more elaborate preparations. But that's beside the point. I listened to Frank Mba, and then the way Prof connected it to the imperative of, you know, downsizing or removing the militaristic conception of competition for office. The idea that you need over 300 policemen, is it 3,000? 31,000.
31,000.
Yeah, and then I saw military officers also on television. So the whole atmosphere speaks to a military culture, which is what Prof was saying. So there is a task there. How do we undo this? Okay. Because the point about selecting high state officials and the idea of seeing a security personnel around that is a contradiction from whether you are talking of ancient political thinking or contemporary political thinking, because it's such a voluntary and civic thing that it ought not to be there. So in other words, the context is not the election itself, but the context of election in Nigeria is problematic, that you need that much of policemen and military personnel to be able to conduct election, considering that this is just one out of 30-something states. So the larger question beyond the door is, how do we undo this culture? And in thinking about that, of course, no individual will be able to provide a once and all answer. The challenge put on the table in thinking about that is that the culture of you are wrong, you are right, has to be thrown away, so that we put these issues on the table objectively and look at it and say, because if you start talking about who is wrong and who is right, you get dogged in and you don't produce any outcome. But once you produce outcomes from a critical study of what is happening to elections across the world and how it is happening, reflecting in Nigeria, then you can reach consensus and you begin to dissolve the consensus into children, political parties, non-governmental organizations, community development associations, so that at some point the nation would have imbibed that culture, that consensus that these are what you call unwritten laws of national program, of nation building, things that are not written in any book, but nobody is allowed to do it. A normative culture against a militaristic notion of competition for political office. I think that's a challenge from what, from the empirical data provided by the spokesman for the police and the way Prof has conceptualized the problem.
Now, let's begin now. It's so delightful that we have taken full advantage of our political eggheads here. But we can also continue in that trend, but come down to Edo particularly. What we have gone almost half the day here. What are you hearing from the ground? Are you excited that things are working out, or do you have any apprehensions so far?
Okay, Femi, I will say I am satisfied so far with the reports we have. Before I walked into this studio, I had to speak to so many people, so many officers on the ground. I also try, whenever I'm stepping into a studio of this nature, not to just take situation reports from the police officers. I take situation reports from my colleagues in the media. I get from the election observers. I speak to INEC officials. I speak to very senior police officers, the middle level, and then the junior ones, and I'm able to aggregate the views properly so that I make informed contributions in platforms like this. And that's exactly what I did, and so far so good. Everything is falling in place. We expected a lot of challenges from the waterways, even both on land and on the waterways. Edo has borders with Delta on the land. They also have border with Delta on the waterways. Edo has border with Ondo on land. Edo also have borders with Ondo on waterways.
Okay.
Then on land, it has border with Kogi. And on waterways, surprisingly, it still have borders with Anambra, somewhere around Agenebode axis. And what we've done is on the interstate borders, because those are key things, whenever you are having an off-cycle election, the tendency for idle hands, political talks and miscreants to be shipped
elsewhere
or exported from X-ray, exported or imported from X-ray, and I'm using that word in parentheses, is very, very high. And so we maintain a very close watch at the borders. At the borders, again, which shouldn't be, we had to even create a three-ring approach. The military man the outermost ring, our tactical units from the PMF are in the center, while the arm-bearing components of the civil defense maintain the innermost ring. So you find out that it will be difficult for anybody to break those three rings. And on the waterways, we dominated the waterways with our marine police, and of course with massive support from the Navy. And we have sufficient number of police helicopters to provide aerial surveillance and backup. The good thing again is that the weather in Edo today has been good. So I've spoken to the helicopter pilots, and they say the weather is good. They are excited, they can fly, and they're so far so good. I'm cautiously optimistic that going by the trend now, if we can maintain this trajectory or this pattern or trend, everything will work out good. But electioneering in Nigeria, because of the violent political culture, like Prof and my maternal uncle Onoja has said, because of the violent political culture, it's like football. Sometimes things are going on you are playing a draw game and everything is going on well, 70 minutes, 85 minutes.
And the red card starts.
And then something goes wrong. But we are trusting God that with all the efforts we've made, it will end well. But again, I want to align myself with the two eggheads. We must do something about the burgeoning violent culture in Nigeria. We have a thriving culture of violence. And the culture is such that the system has a way of rewarding the perpetrators and the sponsors of violence. Nigeria is one of those few countries where you can actually climb the political ladder just by being an active perpetrator or an active enforcer of political violence. There are a lot of people who have got nothing to offer in the political landscape, but because they were veritable tools for unleashing violence, they move from being a councillor to a local government chairman, and they keep laundering them. And before you know, the person is in the National Assembly and you are wondering. And this has permeated almost every sector. That's why in this country, they drag us into all kind of things where police are not supposed to be seen. Student union bodies are having election. Prof knows that very well. They invite the police to monitor. Town unions are having election. NMA is having election. All kind of professional bodies are having election, and you see all manners of violence. So it is something that we must begin, the think tanks, the university lecturers, the political scientists. How did we get it wrong? How can we begin
Frank,
to
you are
deal
really
with
helping
this?
me. You are helping me with the next focus. I want Prof to help us look at why this high level of desperation. I mean, we all have seen from analysis and all that it keeps going up more and more. Is it a helpless situation?
Well, you see, if you look at it historically, well, in the First Republic, it was not that there wasn't violence, political violence, but you also discover that during that period, there was a great deal of statesmanship, especially from the leaders of the parties, and also, you know, the level of political organization that we had during the period, as compared or contrasted now with what we have. In the First Republic, members, you know, there are fee-paying members of political parties, and they were paying, you know, membership fees because of the values that, you know, the political parties, you know, have.
Who adjusts the system? Who can help us? Is it not the same political class that can adjust the system and accommodate this?
I think what we are witnessing in this country is the dramatic change in values.
Good.
Dramatic change in values. And as the DCP has put it, you know, you discover that the people who are perpetrators of violence, political violence, are the ones that who are even, you know, reaping benefits, huge benefits from the process. From councillorship position, they get promoted to, you know, the National Assembly and something of that nature. If there is a way, I mean, or if our regulations or regulatory mechanisms are such that these things are stamped out at the base, then we can actually begin to say that there will be effective check or mechanism to check the level of political violence in the country.
But
if we do not have that,
yes,
we'll it's going to degenerate, just as he has prophesied. Because
regulation and enforcement. And enforcement does not necessarily go to security personnel alone. Legal enforcement, judicial enforcement. Which of them can we hold to champion this cause?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, my entry point in political science would instruct me to look at what we call hegemony. What's hegemony? It's about diffusing ideas into people in a way that they obey, even though there is no whip. Nobody sees you with the gun, nobody sees you with whips, nobody sees you with anything. But you still achieve the same thing. And you do it in a way that it's more effective and more long-lasting. And that's why I mentioned, what are we doing with the schools? But you can't go to the schools unless you have the ideas, which means we need, first of all, we need consensus, first and foremost. One of the examples they used to give us in those days is Zik, the alignment in the First Republic and the kind of leadership it was going to produce. Yes. And his argument that, well, he could not accept that alignment because if that happened, the power would be lopsided. Now, that was a statesman talking. That was not an office speaker, office seeker talking. Yes. Okay? Yes. So the point about leadership is number one. Yes. And leadership facilitates consensus because it's the leaders who can, okay, gentlemen, yeah, I recognize you all have grumblings, you feel aggrieved and so on, but that is the level it will stop. Now we have to build a nation. So there has to be consensus. For instance, in South Africa, it was not everyone who agreed that they should not fight. Yes. That 1994 should come the way it came. Yeah. It took the leadership to put its foot down and say, we are going to negotiate. People wanted to fight it out on the streets. National Liberation Party that had been fighting is suddenly told to go and negotiate. But he could see far. He could see, well, if you go on fighting, you will not get this democracy. But whereas if you get the democracy, you can use the democracy to achieve the same thing you want to achieve. That's the difference between the leader and the rest. The rest will be shouting, and no, we will not agree. They have dealt with us, we have to reply.
Retaliate.
We have to retaliate. But the leader will say, no, leave that for now. We can retaliate later and put the substantive issue on the table. So you need the consensus. You need consensus, and that goes back to the point I was saying. But here in Nigeria, national debate is about who is wrong and who is right. If you get on with that, you can't go far. Because who is right and who is wrong is always a dependent variable. It depends on the context.
And who is right wins everything.
Exactly.
Winner takes all.
Yeah, so we need to develop consensus, and then we can find a way of diffusing the consensus into the various segments of the society. And then in the next 5 years, we won't be mobilizing 300 policemen to one election in one state.
We have to again go to Benin, and I'm sure you understand why, because that's where it's happening. We are just monitoring from here, and actually we are monitoring effectively too. But when we have issues coming up in Benin, we must run there. And so Fisayo is back to you again. But let me hint that when we return, Frank Kumba may not be with us, then he still has to run somewhere. Like I said at the beginning, he has so many areas to cover. So we can excuse you. Thank you very much for coming, Frank. Thank you. Okay, now back to Benin for more on the ground. Okay, while we come back here again, but now we have to do the things that we must do. We look at what we actually are playing for, working for. No, you can still mean we will allow you to. Yes. what we are working for is the 2020 elections in Edo State. We don't have these results yet, but we have a platform under which we can look at the issues happening in this election. Earlier in the day, we have looked at the contestants, but let me allow political scientists to talk to the list of contestants in this election. We have 14 political parties. 14 political parties. The names, we have the names and their parties. These are the list of candidates. So let's go. But I want to ask why not many of these contestants are known to us. What is it in our political system now that makes it almost impossible to know any other candidate other than two candidates? Onoja.
Well, maybe I'm simplistic. I think the dominant political parties, their candidates are most likely to be on the top.
No, in this list, the political parties are not listed in this. They just have their names. But for us who monitor, we can easily know the names of the ones we know. And I'm asking what is it in our political structure now that makes it so impossible to know other people other than two major ones, particularly with this kind of list that does not contain political parties?
Yeah, I mean, incumbents have advantage in terms of being known.
Known, okay.
That's one. Two, I think the trajectory of each of the two better-known candidates is such that they just must be known. They have been there in the service of the state government. And these are high-profile positions. But I think the most important part is the parties they associate with. Those parties project them in such a way that I think they are the most established parties. They are in control of federal government or of many governments, or they have been the party in power before the APC took over at the federal level. So these are indices. And then there is the personality factor. Okay. I understand Yamu has always been around Edo State, and is well rooted around the caucuses and groups and tendencies. The incumbent governor, in 3 years you can establish yourself so powerfully, even if you have not been in the state before. And in his own case, he has been in the state before. The other one, at the national level, at the state level, they may be well known. At the national level, it's difficult to be popular at the national level in Nigeria because a vast this thing. You are making waves in Edo State. Someone in Maiduguri doesn't know that you are doing anything. So it's those who perform as ministers, as presidential leaders, and high-profile positions that get known on a national scale. Maybe with the social media now is much easier, but this is the way one could see it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now we are ready to go to Benin, and when we come back, this time it's not Frank alone that would not be on set when we return. I will take my leave too and allow Musbao Danwahab to anchor the midday session. For now, I want to say thank you. We have enjoyed your company. I think Prof and Onoja will still remain. But then Musbao will have the team next, so he would introduce or reintroduce them. For now, let's hand over to Fisayo in Benin.
Thank you very much. Let me quickly tell you now that the incumbent governor and the candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Godwin Obaseki, Mr. Godwin Obaseki, has just voted in his ward. We'll be trying to get you pictures as soon as we get them. Our reporter is right there talking about Elizabeth Omoko. We'll be getting the pictures in. He's been on queue. We'll be monitoring that. So Governor Obaseki has just voted in his ward. Once the pictures come in now, we will take them for you as well. I still have in the studio Ebere Fendu, National President, Women in Politics. Thank you for your time. I know that once we round up now, you would be rushing to your situation room. Perhaps we will also be getting in touch with you, so you will be giving us some information as the events unfold. And of course, Dr. Osawaru Kunzuwa is still here with us, giving us insight into what to expect as far as this election is concerned. We have been talking about the issue of low compliance with NCDC protocol in this election so far because of the huge crowds. And, you know, my guests have been explaining why this is so. But INEC has addressed some of these issues. Let's join Ogochukwuka on for that. When we return, perhaps we'll get the pictures from the governor voting.
So far, so good. So many polling units started by 8:30 in the morning, and then we are also aware of some few cases, isolated cases, where polling didn't start by 8:30 in the morning. Some started around 9, some started after 9 because of one issue or the other. But from the feelers I'm getting, from the records I'm getting, almost all the polling units in the state, they started voting as at 10 o'clock.
Okay, so what about the COVID-19 guidelines? Is it strictly adhered to?
Well, I stopped by at some polling units where I realized that almost every voter was wearing face masks. That was commendable. And then I also realized that so many persons were not observing this 2 meter or 6 feet social distance. I also used the opportunity to talk to them because of for the safety, they should observe the 2 meter or 6 feet distance. And I think before I left that 2 polling units, they tried to obey me. Maybe when I left, they started gathering, I don't know. But basically, people were wearing face masks, but 2 meter or 6 feet distance was not really obeyed, you know, at the 2 polling units I observed. But I think that some places, from the records I'm getting from the local government, in most of the places they're also obeying the physical distance. So far so good. That's where we are.
All right, Timidi Warewe was here yesterday, and it's not yet, it's about midday now. It's already looking a bit tired, and that is natural on election day. But so far, so good. I think INEC has been up to some, at least for some of the things we have seen. What would be your comment, for instance, on, you know, what INEC has done so far in terms of at least the conduct of the exercise as at now that we're speaking?
Going by the reports, I've been with you here. Going by the report, I think things have been going smoothly, and that was the plan, that was the forecast. And so far, too, the prophecy of doom has not manifested in terms of violence and the rest of it. So we are about 3 hours away or so, or 2.5. At the conclusion of the voting exercise, we now wait for the collation, the reporting of the results, and the rest of it. We do hope those spaces too will be as peaceful as what we have seen so far.
You're not an INEC official, but I will try and see if we can take Mr. Timidi on that, if we see or if we get a link to him. But in your experience, when the voting starts late in some polling units, do you give a period of grace to make up for lost time? For instance, you're expected to close at 2:30, but instead of starting at 8:30, you started at 9 or 9:30. Do they get this period of grace?
Okay, when they say that election will close at 2:30, it means that all the accredited people, all the people that got to the venue before the close of accreditation will be allowed to vote. So until the last person that was accredited, you know, is given opportunity to vote, it will not close. So there will be an opportunity for them to vote once they, were able to get in at the right time. Yeah, they will, usually will give them an opportunity to vote.
And talking about accreditation and voting, we understand both are going on concurrently, just like we heard from Namdodipo earlier. But Obey Otobo Apresai is standing by, of course, also to give us a sense of what is happening in her area.
As hoped for by all Edo people who are willing to come out today to vote for their preferred candidate, the weather is very conducive here in Wards 4, Unit 6 in Ego local government area. You voted?
Yes, I've done that. I thank God for everything that takes place here. Very peaceful, and I thank God that God should have his way after the election. That's what I pray for.
So, but how do you see the process, the accreditation and voting? How was it? Was it fast or?
It was very fast. It was very fast. It didn't take time at all. When I came, they responded to me, and I did what I was supposed to do. So I'm through now.
The honest staff, they are on ground. The police, they are on ground. And they have started accreditation. As you do your accreditation, you vote. So everything is going on smoothly. No problem.
I have moved from Oredo local government area and I'm now here in Ego local government area. The situation here in terms of weather and calmness is the same. A peculiar thing in this polling center, however, is that I happen to come across one of the eligible voters. He's visually impaired. Mr. Tunde, how did the process go?
The process is very cool and calm. No problem. Everything will go on smoothly. Well, I have a sight challenge. So when I came this morning, then I came with my nose mask. INEC provide me sanitation and to sanitize my hand before I went to go and vote. As I just came, so they give me free chance as an challenge person, so they give me this thing to go and vote. So I do accreditation, then I went to go and vote. That's just all.
So assisted, Mr. Tunde, or you use the braille ballot paper?
Well, I was assisted.
Thank you very much. In all the wards visited so far in Ego local government area, the situation is the same, calm. The process of accreditation and voting is taking less than 5 minutes. And of course, the people are happy that they don't have to stand for so long under discussion sun. It's back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Obeyo Tobo Apresai, my ubiquitous reporter for the day's beat. She's been all over the town. And our report this time, gives us an insight, especially to those with physical challenges. What were your comments on that? And you were going to ask a question, but Obey was able to also jump in and ask those questions. Are you satisfied with what we're seeing?
Yes, I am, honestly. It means that INEC, they've been reviewing their activities, but I expected actually that the man would have been given, a braille voting this, because it was what INEC told us, but I don't know, maybe they provided, but not enough to go around all the polling stations, because it's difficult actually for them to know where and, at what point to produce that braille. But so far so good with what we have heard. I expect that this election will come out very good. And we'll see an election where people, not just coming out to vote, their votes will count, and it will end up, peacefully. That's my expectation.
Dr. Sawaru, I'm looking at a few things, and, I am excited because of the responses. And we're hearing the excitement and their satisfaction in the process so far.
It was always going to be so. If people were going to be spared some kind of untoward interference, that has always been repeated. So the people here are very, very conscious. The people of Edo are not novices when it comes to political decisions. They are very, very conscious politically and so on. You'll be surprised, even if you were to interview some elderly people who never went to school, the kind of analysis you will get from them, the way they will compare the two dominant candidates, for instance, you'll be amazed. So the level of political literacy here, if that's what we call it, is very, very high, higher than national average, of course. Again, this is no boast. It's been demonstrated now, you can see.
And, you know, with what I'm seeing, at least from the reports we're getting from the field, we have not seen scanty crowd at all. No. We are seeing people going in it almost in a deluge. You know, no pun intended in terms of the area. But we're seeing a lot of people going, casting their votes, even using that to catch up on old friends, perhaps some people in your ward that you didn't see since the last election. It looks to me almost like, you know, a homecoming of sorts that we used to see in these areas in December. Everybody seemed to have come home to do their civic duty. You are an indigene. Perhaps you can give us an idea of, or you know, perhaps a better interpretation of what we are saying.
Yes, I'm probably repeating myself, that because of the level of consciousness we have here about civic affairs, people know what the elections are about. And if you also look at our history, where we are holding this very election out of sight, for instance, this location was brought about because people felt the will of the people in 2007 was not observed, and the courts agreed with the people. That's why we are alone. Other people, other states did their governorship elections some time ago. And this large number you are seeing on the feed is to tell you that on both sides, people have preferences they want to go and express. Of course, you don't expect uniformity or unanimity today, but you are going to see some kind of clear results.
All right, let's quickly go to, I promised you, and we're bringing it to you now, Godwin Obaseki voting in his ward. He's been waiting to vote. Let's see actualities from his ward. All right, Governor Godwin Obaseki eventually voting there. Again, a very huge crowd right there in his ward. It seems as if it's the recurring trend across the state. The voter party predicted the analysis is not correct at all, as we have seen in every other local. Even where the VIPs are not present, the people have been doing their civic duty. And we are seeing the excitement starting to build, Ebere.
Yeah, even for us, when we arrived, we went, around this state, and we gathered that so many people actually traveled back to Edo State to vote. So I think they are taking it serious, and they have this mindset of we want to be part of who becomes the next governor. So it's very good that people are showing interest. It's very good that people are participating. And I am being very optimistic that INEC, please, on their own part, should do everything possible so that the votes will be seen, to be free and fair, and every single vote will count. That's what we are expecting. So you can see, even though we have crowd, it's been peaceful. It's just a case of ecstasy. People are excited that they are participating. So we look forward that when we get to the end of the elections, that is going to be the same thing. There will be a reason for every Edo person to feel that his or her vote actually counted.
On the more interesting side, talking about some business opportunities that may have arisen as a result of this. A lot of food sellers may be regretting not anticipating some of these surges of this number of crowd in some of those areas in terms of water and soft drinks as well because of the number. But talking about voting. We're also in Ikpubaha local government area. Eugenia Ndubisi has been there, and she wants to speak to us at this time.
At Ward 2, Unit 5, accreditation and voting is ongoing simultaneously. It is also the same scenario at Unit 6 and Western Boys High School. Some of the voters say they are comfortable with the conduct of the election.
From what you can see, Edo State is a peaceful, loving place. This is one of the biggest wards in Ikpoba-Oka, if I can really mention. It has been so peaceful for now, and I've just casted my vote.
This is how it's supposed to be. The whole vote that we have been voting, this is number one. The way that they consult it. Myself, I'm happy. Edo State is happy.
This one, Western Boys High School, everything is just clear. There's no riot, nothing at all.
The security is okay, and our unit is okay. There's no quarreling.
Okay, the arrangement is good. It's orderliness.
It's peaceful, and I'll be voting. It's peaceful. This one is quite peaceful. It's not as before.
Initial challenges were encountered in some areas visited due to late arrival of materials, but were resolved. In Benin, Eugenian VC, NTA News.
Thank you, Eugenia. In Ipobaha, of course, local government area, Eugenia Ndubisi has given us an update. We'll still be expecting more from you, and of course, more from other parts of the state. Later on in the course of the program, of course, we'll bring reactions from the candidates themselves as to their expectations and their impressions of what has happened so far. Let's go to Ebere, and now we're getting towards some form of let's say the business end of the election. So at this point, what are you expecting?
Well, I'm very optimistic that we are going to have a good election. We didn't expect the huge crowd that we have seen now. We didn't expect that INEC, will make some positive changes. But the major problem actually starts from collation. And so we are hoping that as this is going smoothly, that the collation process should also go smoothly. So, if there's no interference like Oga is always talking about, and there's this atmosphere that people, believe and trust that the system is free and fair, there will never be any reason for violence. Everything will go smoothly. So that's what we're expecting.
At least another advantage at this time, Dr. Konzua, is that unlike yesterday, yesterday evening when you were in the studio and we had that deluge, the rain, the weather has cooperated substantially at this time.
Natural air conditioning for today's exercise.
All right, let's return to Abuja. We have, of course, Musbah Dan Wahab ready with his next set of guests. And, of course, when we have also events unfolding here, we'll come and give you an update as well. Musbah, is over to you. Questions again from the house before we go back, to Abuja. We have seen the voters. We have seen, under normal circumstances, what would now happen? What are the next processes from the last voter and then to the central collating areas here, perhaps coming from the hinterland and then we eventually get into Benin? What are the stages based on your experience?
So after election, casting of votes now, they'll start counting. And from what INEC told us, and it's always been there, just that most times, it hasn't been followed, is that after, counting of results, it will be pasted on the wall so that everyone can actually have a copy of it. So if we do that, and it trickles down to even the hinterland and everywhere, and then from every unit we are getting results, it will be, a very credible election. So for me, I think that we are getting it right here in Edo State so far. I don't want to predict what will happen after the voting, but I'm very optimistic that with what INEC has been able to put in place and with the cooperation of the security agencies and also the electorates themselves, it's going to come out very good.
All right, we will soon give you some actualities from some of the voting that we've had in the course of the day. Dr. Kunzwa is right here. We've spoken about, a few of the key things. But in terms of votes coming home, where are the farthest places that perhaps may come in last in terms of, distances to the center in Benin?
Geographically, you talk about Ibilo, you talk about Agani-Bude, you talk about the just-speaking areas of Edo South, you talk about probably Lushi and Edo Central, geographically.
Okay,
yes.
But what other issues could make why would, apart from geography, is there any other things that, vagaries that could make it
if you want to look at things in their linear form, no obstruction and so on, this would be the longest distances from different axes I have mentioned.
We need to cross water in some cases?
Well, of course, in the just-speaking area of Edo South, of course. The only place you can access by land is Gele.
All right, so we'll be expecting that. And INEC said yesterday that, yes, they've contracted people to do that. And in this case, there's also the social distancing thing. And so because of that, because of social distancing, you need to take perhaps double the number of, transport, vehicles or boats as against what used to be before, because now if you are sitting 12, you now have to sit maybe 6 or 5. So we'll be looking at that. We will be, of course, looking at how that. All right, so let's take a report on the Governor Obaseki's reaction. He actually voted at Mokpai Ward 4 in Benin. Let's take the governor's reaction.
Question. How will you describe the electoral process? I thought it could have been better managed, better organized. It's not meeting the standard we expected. Given all the assurances we were given by the security agencies and INEC, I expected a bit more planning than we currently have here. Compared to the last election, which was a national election, I had expected better performance from INEC and the security agencies, because this is a sole day election. This is the only election happening in the country, so I don't understand, with the 31,000 policemen deployed across the country, why they cannot stop people who don't have any business in the polling units from entering. You see those cars there? They all have cash, from people to give to voters to buy votes. And the security agencies know, and nothing has been done about it. With INEC, you saw how long it took for me to vote. 1.5 hours to cast my vote in the sun. And I'm sure that's because some accommodation may have been provided, because this is the governor's polling unit. If this is happening in the governor's polling unit, you can imagine what is happening in other higher population centers. Are you satisfied with the process? Well, yes, the process, cannot be contested. I voted, so I guess the process worked. But, the incidents, what you needed to do to get to that process is what I'm concerned about, because it could be quite discouraging. I mean, not everybody will have the patience to want to wait for 2-3 hours to vote, and they'll go back home.
All right. Okay, so we almost got some information there, but we'll do that once we have those information coming. Just wait, we'll get that on very quickly. But some issues have been raised by the governor, and that is, being able to control this crowd. And we said that before when we saw the crowd. It seems as if, in terms of the analysis before now, we had, perhaps the expectation was that the crowd would not be this much. But just like the governor said, it seems as if the crowd is overwhelming in some of those areas that we have seen. And the same complaint there was a little bit of complaint also from Edo North earlier in the day. Dr. Okunzwa might want to say one or two things about it.
I entirely agree with you that the governor's complaint was based on crowd control. What he was saying essentially was that people who shouldn't be in a particular place were either granted access or they forced themselves
In there.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was clearly what he was saying.
Okay.
Because you expect that certain areas ought to be cordoned off, no matter how surging the crowd could be. That was what he was saying, and he also felt that this one being a low-standing election, he expected the resources that have been poured onto the Edo scene for this election should have actually made things a lot easier. Those were some of the comments he made.
Okay, so you wanted to make a contribution.
Yeah, exactly, because from what he said, actually, you know, the security agencies didn't take into consideration that some people there didn't actually go there to vote. So there should have been a system where, you know, where you must show your PVC before you're allowed to go in, you know, into the place. So the crowd control is really not good. Because this is also letting us know that, you know, our expectation and what we've been talking about, you know, having people coming out to vote, we may actually be wrong. That most people there are really not going
Are we
to
being
vote.
optimistic?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll be looking at that in the course of it, and perhaps we'll also get members of the security architecture come and make one or two interventions to clarify some of these things that we are seeing in the course of this broadcast. We will try to do that. But let me say a big thank you to you know, Ebere. She's been here, and she also has a situation room that she's managing. Many thanks to you for being a part of it. If Abuja is ready with Musbah Dan Wahab, we will join Abuja studio for more on Edo Decides, and then return to give you an update.
They're coming to us. Go and mount your... Go, 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 go. Go and roll it. All right, thank you so much, Fisayo Ogunfoye. The palpitations are gradually subsiding as the governorship election in the heartbeat of the nation progresses. 14 candidates trying their luck individually to emerge as the critically elected, democratically elected governor of Edo State. 12 male candidates and 2 female, that is. But ultimately, the major determinant here will be the electorate as they go to the polls to choose from the options they have. That actually is the beauty of democracy, where you go to the poll, you decide who is going to be your leader. More than 2.2 million people are registered as voters. 75% of them got their voters' cards, that's PVCs, and how many of them will participate in this process, that's yet to be known. So what has happened, what is happening, and what is likely to be the outcome of the process? Those are the issues that will be driving our conversations right here on this special program again, Edo Decides. Thank you so much for remaining with us from the shift of Femi Okelwo earlier on, who just left the studio. And welcome to my word. Musbat and Wahab is my name, and trust me, I've got gentlemen who are very knowledgeable about these issues we have attended, and I inherited some personalities from Femi Okelwo. It's going to be an insightful moments on this program as we go on, and those gentlemen I inherited from Femi Okelwo are Professor Nuhu Yakubu, former VC, University of Abuja and Sokoto State University. He is a political scientist. Thank you so much for remaining with us, Prof.
Thank you very much.
And I also got Mr. Adagbo Onoja, lecturer, Department of Political Science, Veritas University here in Abuja. It's good to have you on the platform.
Thank you.
All right, and joining us newly is Professor Jibrin Ibrahim, our senior fellow at the Center for Democracy and Development. Thank you, Prof, for coming in.
Thank you.
All right, we've been listening to what has been happening in those states, particularly those reports coming in from across the states, and Fisayo Ogunfoye guiding the process there. And we listened. We heard all the perspectives coming in. People have been expressing their views about the process, some reservations, some commendations here and there. But Prof, you're just coming in, so you're still fresh a bit. So what has been your observation about the process so far?
I think the process has been overall good. We had a lot of fear that there's been so much talk of violence that people will hide in their homes. they came out to vote. That's very positive. In terms of logistics starting, there were no major problems. Yeah, of course, a few hiccups here and there, but nothing major or dramatic. The security presence has been good, and voting has been going on normally. So I think so far we can say it's positive, especially as people are really expecting, hoping, praying that these elections will be conducted in a way that's free and fair, credible, and above all, violence-free.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Jibril. And now, Mr. Onoja.
Yeah.
We have seen what people have been talking about. We saw the turnout, which has been impressive, really. Though we still have some reservations about the protocols being followed. What do you think of the commitment of people towards this process? We had, out of the 2.2 million voters that were registered in that state, 75% of them have been able to get their PVCs according to the information we got from INEC. So with this level of turnouts, what do you expect from this election?
Well, the first thing is to read it as something positive, the way Professor Jibrin is saying. That if people come out, it means there is something they put that's at stake that worries them, that marries their expectations with the outcome of the elections. So there's something there to look forward, and it could be that that this is something about Nigeria. When you think the worst is going to happen, and then something else happens, because the Edo election has been associated with going to be a major demonstration of the capacity for violence, unofficial violence. So far, we haven't seen that, although there's this joke about actual elections come after the voting and so on and so forth. But even then, if the morning is good, it's logical to infer that the evening could also be good. So there are some signs there at those two levels. The level that if people came out, it means there is something something they tie to the election in terms of the outcome that would be good for them. And two, that the start has been good so far, and that could lead to a situation whereby the finishing would also be good. So these are the indicators. Of course, doesn't mean that we can now go to sleep and bring down our alert system.
All right, Mr. Onoja, for him, the start has been very impressive. Professor Nuhu Yakubu, we listened to the governor, the incumbent governor of the state, who is also a candidate in this election, and he raised some observations or reservations talking about crowd control. And other ones too. He talked about the hours that he spent queuing to participate in this process. What do you make of these comments?
Well, I think as others have observed, if it is not violent, I think we don't have to to worry ourselves about the turnout. In fact, the more voters, the better. You know, it's actually an indication of the level of mobilization of the voters prior to the voting. In other words, and you know, what we have been observing, the scenario before today was pointing to, you know, a likely violent, you know, voting process. But so far we have not heard of such a report. And therefore, if people are now encouraged or they feel sufficiently, you know, safe to come out and vote, it's something that is commendable. Okay? And even though the governor has complained about the turnout, or probably also people are not following
the guidelines
yeah, that's right. By INEC.
That's another concern.
That by INEC, as well as the NCDC. Yes, NCDC. You know, it is something that, you know, can easily be, you know, taken care of. In other words, they have adequate number of, you know, security officers or men and women over there. What they need to do is to now also ask them to assist the electoral officials and see to what extent there will be better and smoother organization in order for the election to continue as it has been. But for me, so far so good. And I concur with what others have said, that we should expect it. Since it has started very peacefully, it is going to end peacefully.
Peacefully, all right. So far, so good. That's actually interesting. And what people within the country and even outside are expecting. We're expecting a very peaceful process and credible one, indeed. And I understand that Mr. Adagbo Noja will soon be leaving us. But before you go, the Governor also raised concern about spending 1.5 hours on the queue before he participated in that process. Are we supposed to have a preferential treatment for a governor?
Well, there's this argument that government house area is not a space for everybody. I don't know where the authority for that sort of claim comes from, but it's an established for instance, you cannot go to the villa and say you must vote. It's not a zone for. It's exclusive to certain category of people. Yeah. So I don't know if that's the basis of the governor's claim, because he was saying my voting area. So I think that his reading is probably that this place ought to be such that whoever is able to penetrate here has been screened, and that process would ordinarily limit the number of people. So probably he was observing something that was positive, but in a slightly discouraging manner. But whatever it is, I think it's just what, like Prof is saying, whatever is the reason behind people's enthusiasm and sufficient encouragement to come out, I think that's something positive. Insofar as what we saw was not, scuffles, violence, and physical attack on each other and so on. It's just a question of disarrangement, which means it can be corrected. In that sense, it does not spoil the joy of concluding that it's been off to a good start and that it could be encouraged, improved upon, and that the evening is likely to also follow that pattern of takeoff.
All right, we will soon be joining our studio in Benin. Fisayo is still in the studio, but quickly, I would like Professor Jibrin Ibrahim to also have his thoughts about the observation of a incumbent governor, about the minutes or hours he spent on the queue. What is supposed to be the ideal?
I think the normal thing is that everybody is equal in a polling unit. And whether you're a governor or president or a cook or a servant, you act in exactly the same way. You come, you join the queue. It's turn by turn. When your turn comes, you vote. But I think what the governor was suggesting is that the delay in voting wasn't so much because people had turned up, but that there was a problem of crowd control. And that some people who are not bona fide voters may have been allowed into the space, and they are slowing down the process. That's my understanding of his concern, and that will be a different issue altogether. I don't know whether he has specific information on who had turned up to vote, and I'm not sure how he knew. Some of them may not have their voting cards, so I will not venture into a territory where I do not have information. I think all we can do is note his concern and see how the day evolves.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. And now we'll be joining Fisayo Ogunfoye in Benin, but by the time we return, Mr. Adagbo Noja, lecturer at Department of Political Science, Veritas University, Abuja, will no longer be with us in the studio. We say thank you to you for coming in.
Thank you.
All right, Fisayo Ogunfoye, please tell us what's new in the City of Love.
What's new is that I have a new guest in the studio. He's the Deputy Commandant General in charge of operations in the National Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, is Mr. Hilary Madu Kelechi. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you.
And before we look at the security architecture, let's quickly take this one from Esako West, where the incumbent Deputy Governor, Philip Shaibu, has also voted. Let's take that report. We'll be back in the studio in a short while. Once we get that, we'll let you have it. I understand that we're getting that report ready. But Mr. Madu, let's look at the security architecture so far. We've spoken to officials of the Nigerian police, but from your own end, how has it been in terms of getting ready and now deploying your men for this particular exercise?
Thank you for having me. Elections, we are getting used to providing security during elections. 4 years ago, I was here, and before this election, we had taken our boys up in the area of following the protocol of for this COVID-19. We trained those that we posted to this place. If you go around, you will see that all my men have face masks. We've shared hand sanitizers to them. So we are really ready for this. And before this election today, we have had intelligence provided to us, and we made use of the intelligence by adding even to the number of men we earlier sent to this list. The security agencies, we work with the Nigerian police. Nigerian police is the lead agency, and there is a DIG here. All the other security agencies complement the Nigerian police, and they have been leading well. On issues that we cannot tackle singularly, we come together, the security heads that are here come together in the DIG's office to trash it. That's with that we did up to yesterday. And this morning, we were all briefed. We were told what to do and what not to do, especially in handling people that are for this election, people that are going to vote. The people that are going to vote are the most important people in this election. Those that don't have anything doing with this election, they are the people that may want to cause trouble. But we are ready, and we foresee no security breach. So we are prepared. As we deployed well. And
all right, let's go back to that report from Esako West, which is now ready. Deputy Governor Philip Shaibu casting earlier. Let's join Goodluck and Annie.
The Deputy Governor arrived the polling center at exactly 10:28 a.m. and thereafter he went to be accredited. At the same time, he voted. Yeah, I can only comment about this unit, and so far, so good in this unit, and everything you can see is calm, and everybody is going about voting according to the law, and also the new normal of wearing face masks. I think we're all observing those COVID protocols, but you can see everywhere here is calm. That is in Esako West Ward 11, Unit 5 and 6. You can see it's calm here. Apart from the general comments, specifically about the voting process itself, the card readers and the conduct of the INEC officials, how do you comment on that? Yes, you just saw that within I think less than 2 minutes, I was able to cast my vote. Less than 2 minutes here. So I think it's faster than the previous election in this unit.
Olga. All right, many thanks to Goodluck Enyani there from Isako West, Ward 6 and 5, where we spoke with Deputy Governor Philip Shaibu, also casting his ballot. We're still here with Ilarumadu Kelechi. He is the Deputy Commandant General in charge of Operations, National Security and Civil Defense Corps. Thank you very much, sir, for taking time to update us on this exercise. What is the report like from your men so far? Is area calm, as you say?
So far, so good. The problem that, or the issues people have been reporting to us is mainly people not wearing their face masks and also not maintaining the social distance. I've seen it that it's like in the whole of Edo State, people don't believe there is COVID-19. Everybody, people even in the hotels and that, nobody is putting on face masks. This thing is real. So we've been preaching to the people in the polling centers. I was asking, man, where is your face mask? He said it's in his pocket. In this crowd, it's in your pocket. So that's that. And secondly, one isolated case, some people that came, they had their PVCs, but their names were not on the register. So we quietly told them to maybe check in other places. So in about 7 voting centers I went to, we have not noticed any security breach. That is what we came for. We don't want to know who will win or who will not win, but to ensure that threats don't get closer to the people. That's why we're here.
All right, very shortly, let's see if we can get through to our man there in Oga, Orion local government area. Is Peter ready for me? Peter is joining us via phone, Orion local government. Peter, give us the situation report there.
Good afternoon, sir. The situation report here is very, very calm. And election here is peaceful. Some of the voters here, some of them have already voted. As I speak to you here, the security presence here are fully on ground, doing the needful. And everybody here is happy, sir.
All right, in terms of the crowd, what you expect, how is it like, talking about the crowd there, are people turning out, did they turn out in considerable numbers?
Yes, sir. The crowd here is very, very impressive, sir. As I speak to you, people really came out to vote. But one issue here is that although the aspect of maintaining of social distancing here was not really complied with according to the directives from INEC.
Okay, what about the issue of face mask and, adhering to other protocols, COVID-19 protocols as instituted by the NCDC?
Yes. Some of those guidelines they are strictly adhered to, and there are also they made hand washing equipment available, and also hand sanitizer for the voters here, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. And as soon as you have other report, other things to tell us, please feel free to call so that we can have an update from Orion. And also an aspect of it is the issue of the weather. It rains a lot there. How is it today? I hope there's no rain to disrupt the process.
No, sir. The early hours of today, although it was a little bit drizzling, but as I speak to you now, it's sunny over here, sir.
Thank you so much. We are hearing from Peter from Orion. Thank you for giving us that update. Peter joined us from Orion axis, and that's if you are going towards Asaba axis of the state where you're going through Agbo, Asaba axis, you get to Orion, the former NYC orientation camp used to be on that side in Abuja. And just as you rightly mentioned, it seems as if so many people are still not complying with, just based on what we just heard from Peter, the issue of social distance, issue of face mask is also an issue in that zone as well.
That's what I said earlier. And I've told my PRO and other staff in public relations department to also visit some centers. You know, if we can convince more people to put on their face, they all have their face masks. Some will put in their pocket, some will hang it under here, and which is not the proper thing to do. But this is not the time for us to enforce it, force somebody to put it on. Rather, we will be talking to them, convincing them to put them on. Because it is better to save yourself, or you save your neighbor. If you are wearing this face mask, it won't get to you and you won't give. And who knows who has it? So we want to start even going around the mall. My people talking to, if you see a group of people, go to them, talk to them. Like I have been doing that. If I leave this studio, I ensure that I go to many centers. Tell people this is real. That's why mine, I don't even remove it. I want to show, lead by example.
All right, let's look at the issue of crowds. A lot of people, in terms of pre-election analysis, thought maybe people may not come out because of some of the talks and chest thumping that we saw at the beginning, just before the election. But we are seeing huge crowds. Has that been a concern in terms of controlling the crowds, especially around the polling units?
That is it. When we came, our boss, the Commandant General, and even the Minister of Interior, they all warned that we should not use force on the people. Nobody should fire, even fire, there shouldn't be any gunshot in any place. Rather, the weapons we brought them to protect critical national assets and infrastructure. But you see, we can control this crowd if we use maybe force. We can control it, but this is not the time to use force. Anything you do now, you disrupt this election. Any force you exert on the people, you will disrupt this election. Rather, through talking to them to behave, because we don't have armed men around in the centers. Rather, we talk to them. But it is difficult to convince Nigerians to always follow things, lay down rules, lay down programs of the government. The government wants to save you. They also want to save another person. You are stubborn to effort. You have this COVID. Maybe you don't know you have it. But you want to infect another person by not putting on this face mask, by not maintaining social distance. INEC warned that they gave us some guidelines on what to do or what to expect of the people. But these people, most of them even went to camp at the centers even before 6, 7. So before the people could organize, people trooped into the place. And you cannot use force. The president, our minister, said, no life, Minister of Interior, no life should be wasted. This election should not be a do or die affair. After 4 years, another person will come. So that is why you see we will be civil from our name, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, to the people.
All right. In terms of, perhaps feedback you're getting from your men, apart from issue of social distancing and all, in terms of disturbances, public disturbances, has there been any report?
So far, so good. I have to tell you. As I leave this studio, maybe if I have time again to come, by that time I must have collected more reports to brief you. But we don't have any security breach so far in the centers. And that's my prayer, My prayer is there shouldn't be any security breach anywhere. If we have at all, let it be isolated cases, 1 or 2 cases. But we don't want this election to be disrupted. After today, tomorrow, everybody will go back to his or her home.
All right, let's see if I can quickly join, before I go back to Abuja, let's see if we can quickly join one of our reporters again on phone. That's Ifeoma Okafor from Nwonde local government area. Ifeoma has been there monitoring what is happening in Nwonde local government area. Ifeoma, can you tell us a bit about, give us an update on activities right there?
Okay, thank you, Isayo. I am right here at the Irua Ward 4, Unit 1. Irua Ward 4, Unit 1 in the Nwonde local government area of Edo State. And right here, the atmosphere is very peaceful. So many people have cast their ballot and they're waiting for the votes to be counted at the end of the day, and voting and accreditation and voting are going on simultaneously, and it's very smooth, no problem. What I noticed there is that they have more of men, especially young youth, that are here waiting to. Some of them have already exercised their franchise. Some are still waiting to cast their ballot, and there's heavy presence of security personnel here, making sure that there's no breakdown of law and order. Everything is generally everything is going on. And when I asked the INEC officials when they arrived, they said they arrived before 8:30 this morning, and they're not having problem with any of their materials. Everything is going on smoothly.
Thank you very much, Ifeoma Okafor, reaching us from Nwonde local government area. That's where you have your as the headquarters, I believe. But we'll get back to you again in the course of this broadcast to see, especially when the votes close, and then you can also let us have that information. We will be giving you other reports, of course, as the program continues. We still have, for the next few minutes, the Deputy Commandant General in charge of Operations, National Security and Civil Defense Corps. He is Mr. Elaru Madu Kelechi, and he's been giving us an update. And it seems to tally with your expectations in terms of what the security men have been able to do. What we are seeing is a situation where people are going to vote. Of course, being a woman, she also noticed that not too many women in our own ward, but that's just statistics. But at least, are you relieved as against some of the predictions in what is playing out so far, especially from the security aspect of things?
Yes, so I said, let me say, so far so good, but we cannot say Uhuru yet, but we will be here today, tomorrow, even up to Monday, because our deployment is before, during, and after the election. So I will continue to pray and work harder to ensure the threats from the intelligence don't get closer to the people.
Okay, so in terms of collaboration, between agencies, amongst agencies in charge of security now, you have done so, the Nigerian Civil Defense Corps, the Nigerian Police,
the
DSS, road safety and all that. How is the collaboration like?
Good one. The synergy is good. As we came in on Wednesday, immediately we reported to the head of the lead agency, the person that is leading this election supervision. That is the DIG of the Nigerian Police. Yesterday I was there again, and we interacted, we rubbed minds, exchanged views, and we also spoke this morning. When we got one report last night, immediately I called him picked my call. So the synergy has been wonderful. The DSS, the Nigerian police, immigration, prisons, fire service, all that. Before we came for this election, we met in Abuja. So it's not, there won't be any problem. Whatever you cannot do, you report to the other agency. And the DIG will be the final person to collect all these security reports. Though we will write our own reports, but the final one to the federal government will be provided by the DIG, while we provide the reports to our individual agencies.
All right, I think we have one other report before we go back to Abuja. If we have that report, situation report, if we can get it now, then we'll come back and sign Abuja on.
Unit 14.
All right, I think we're still getting ready. We're still getting ready. Once we get that, of course, these are far-flung areas in Edo State, quite a distance. So once we get the signals right, we'll try and join them once the signal is stronger. Mr. Ilari Madu Kelechi, Deputy Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, I beg your pardon, I've been saying national for one reason or the other, perhaps because of one thing or the other, so many agencies involved in this Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. Thank you for coming, and we hope that perhaps we'll also return to, as you promised, to give us an update, especially in terms of security, information on security and how, you have the reports you are getting from the field. Let's join Musbao Dan Wahab and his guests. That's what we have for now from Edo State. Once we have more reports, we will let you have it, Musbao.
Thank you
very much, Fisayo Gunfoye. We appreciate your contributions and, of course, that of the Deputy Commandant General of the Civil Defense. We appreciate all of the issues he has been able to address on that table. Now, back in the studio here in Abuja, I still have my analysts, professors, and doctor in the midst of very knowledgeable people, I say. Professor Jibrin Ibrahim, Senior Fellow, Center for Disease, Democracy and Development, beg your pardon, is still on the program. We still have Professor Nuhu Yakubu, former VC, University of Abuja and Sokoto State University. He's also a political scientist. And joining us newly is Dr. Adoye Matthew Omale, political scientist from Base University, Abuja. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
All right, we've just listened to the contribution from the Deputy Commandant General of Civil Defense Corps, and he talked about several issues ranging from the adherence to COVID-19 protocols and guidelines, the crowd control, and what his own agency have been put in place to ensure that they don't intimidate electorate who are supposed to participate in the process. And of course, he said that they have given instruction out to their men not to use the firearm at all. They are just to stand as something to prove their presence in that place. What do you make of this? We saw the show of strength before this election, and now with the feelers we're getting from Edo State shows that people are not really deterred from participating in this process.
Yes, we are extremely glad that we have not seen any violence and that people feel enabled to go and cast their votes. This is what we had all hoped for. The General Abubakar Committee had succeeded in convincing the political actors to sign a peace accord. And we are glad that so far they are abiding by the peace accord. The report from the Deputy Commandant was clear. They have been going to different parts of the states, and they have not seen disruption to electoral activities. They have not seen violence, and they will continue to monitor. And I think the point he made about the security personnel at polling units not having arms is actually the standard procedure, where you have 3 cordons, the wider cordon being the state boundaries. The second cordon is a cordon some distance away from polling units, where you do have armed security in case thugs try to break in. But at the polling units itself, you want to reassure voters that there is nothing they should worry about. So the personnel at that level are not allowed to carry arms, and that's really as it should be. I think the important thing really about Edo elections this year is to carry this good narrative to the very end of the electoral process. As you are aware, we are still in the first stage when people vote. In another hour and a half, the voting will end, and then they will start the process of counting the votes and subsequently the collation of the votes. So I think what we're hoping is that through the different phases, peace will continue to reign, people will continue to behave themselves, and thugs will continue to stay away from the electoral process.
Very well. Thugs will continue to stay away. I like that end and part from Professor Jibril. Now, Professor Yakubu, it seems the deployments made by the agencies talking about the 31,000 police operatives for this exercise and that of the civil defense, road safety, and of course DSS is working, talking about 31,000 alone from the police. I mean, are we supposed to be seeing this as a blessing in disguise, being an isolated election, off-cycle election? Because we would not always have this this kind of opportunity when we have a general election. You remember what we don't have up to 400,000 police officers in this country as we speak. So what do you make of that?
Well, again, I think the point has been really been well stated in the sense that, you know, if you are going for election of this magnitude or essence, you know, you have to get yourself prepared. In fact, before I left home, I had already, you know, decided to describe this election as, you know, a crucial election.
Crucial.
Yes, in the literature, you know, you have, you know, I mean, what we refer to as, sorry, critical election.
Critical, right.
Critical in the sense that it's either you are going to, and it happens that, you know, at the end of the day, you either get a new incumbent or a new, you know, a new incumbent, or, you know, the incumbent, you know, will continue, you know, be given the mandate. You know, therefore, you know, the stakes are very high. Okay, so in fact, I thought that, yes, the narratives we've been having will actually materialize. In other words, people said before that this is going to be a do or die election. So far, the results we are getting, or the reports we are getting, indicate that that might not be the case. And one is very happy. So I think in one breath, you have to commend the preparations made by the security agencies to ensure that there is peace and non-violence. Secondly, the role played by the Absalom Abubakar, you know,
National Peace Committee.
Yeah, Peace Committee is something to also applaud. You know, even though, you know, election is supposed to be a period when, you know, parties will now be anxious to know whether the programs or the programs or the promises they made to the electorate, you know, will actually motivate them to come. And let's hope that, you know, this is what is going to happen, is happening now. And therefore, you know, there will be calm, you know, there will be no violence at the end of the day. And as Professor Gibran has also said, this is just the first day. We will still have other processes coming up. After the election, the voting in the next 1.5 hours is over, what you have is, the counting and the collation. Sometimes, it is, the violence occurs during the voting. Sometimes it will only occur during the counting and the collation. So if it is as peaceful as it is so far, as we've seen, and if that process continues, then of course one will be very happy that there was good preparation, and also the efforts made by stakeholders, the Absalom Committee, and also even the intervention of the Oba of Benin, in making sure that peace is secured in his kingdom. Are things that will have to really be appreciative. And also, we should commend the voters so far, because they have also demonstrated that this is not a warfare. Therefore, lives must be preserved. Protected. Yes, life must be protected. And people are doing what they're supposed to be doing. The other observation I want to stress is the commentary or the impression of the deputy governor. You could see that there is a divergence between...
Yes, I was actually coming to
that's
that.
Right.
What his boss has said.
Exactly.
They're actually in two extremes. The deputy governor is from the North Senatorial District, while the governor is from the southern part of Edo. So we're having different issues. We're going to address that very shortly. But let me allow Dr. Omole to quickly make his observation.
Okay, I want to thank NTA for extending this invitation to me, especially that I'm before my lecturer, Professor Jibril, and our Vice Chancellor. I will say that I'm very surprised with the figures we are hearing. And
it's coming out like an irony, right?
Yes, because we all thought that this election, there will be a lot of violence, a lot of bloodshed, and people were very scared because of the gladiators that are involved, former national chairman versus incumbent governor, and then all the drama we witnessed, Wiki, Ganduje, all the interested party converging in Edo. So everybody thought that the whole place was going to be charged and that it was going to be warfare. But when we woke up this morning and we saw that it was not the battlefield that we all thought. Just like Prof has said, it's good. And with the disposition of the police, like you talked about the show of force, I was scared when I saw the show of force. When I saw it on social media, the parading the streets of Benin with armored vehicles and everything, I was saying, are we going to war? But with the disposition, with what the Deputy Commissioner of Police have said, with this, one thing that struck me with what he said is that their men has been told not to use live, not to fire even one shot. And I mean, it's unheard of that the level, the way our police operates, that those type of warning should be given. And so far so good, just like other panelists have said, the elections have been relatively peaceful. But with my experience with the elections, by the time they are approaching towards voting and counting, and that is when politicians become very desperate. Because by that time, they have gotten feelers of who is winning and who is losing. And then all kinds of clandestine meetings are held to, okay, you can now go to so area so that we can see what we can do. So just like, I'm sure the police are aware. And from the way he has spoken, I think they are adequately mobilized to check those desperate moves by desperate politicians at that point.
Thank you very much. Now, Professor Jibril, like you rightly mentioned, we are just in the first stage of this process, voting. And Dr. Omole actually alluded to that fact too, that when we are expecting results, that's when you begin to see the desperation from the politicians. Now, how do we guide this process to the, from the start to the end so that the peace the relative peace that we have been experiencing will be followed through?
I think the most important issue is that INEC, as the principal stakeholder in the elections, should continue to ensure that due process is maintained, that rules and regulations are observed. So far, the major breach we have seen is in terms of the COVID-19 protocol, which is not being fully observed in most polling units. But in terms of the election proper itself, there has been no problem. There have been some issues at the sidelines. The Center for Democracy and Development has deployed 250 observers, and they have seen in particular in some polling units money exchanging hands. It's really a very unfortunate development that certain citizens would accept to sell their votes. It makes nonsense of the whole principles of elections and democracy, where it is your turn as the sovereign voter to decide who will exercise power in your state and community. And when voters willingly give up this sovereign right for a few thousand naira, they are undermining their own good governance and creating conditions in which those we emerge may not exactly do what will be in the interest of citizens, but would rather say, I bought the votes, therefore I can refuse to perform my functions, which is the promotion of the welfare of the people. So I do hope people pick up consciousness that that's really not in their own interest. But the key thing is, these votes that have so far been peaceful must be counted following the detailed procedure for processing votes that have been spelled out by the electoral body. I think the security agencies have been behaving exceptionally well, and that if that good behavior is sustained in the coming phases of the election, then there is every hope and expectation that at the end of the day, we'll all heave a sigh of relief that things have gone the way they should have, and the outcome that comes out would be what the voters themselves have expressed in their ballot. That's our prayer, that's our hope.
Right, that's our prayer and hope, and we hope that will come through. Professor Yakub, you were about to talk about what the Deputy Governor, Philip Shoaibu, mentioned, what his own observation was clearly different from his superiors. Now, we are talking about cash for votes. And the governor actually said something like cash in some cars outside door. Well, that's unverified, but the report coming from the Center for Democracy and Development is also alluding to that fact that we still have vote buying. What about this? Is this not worrying?
Well, you know, even before today's election, during the campaigns, you know, there was also the social media outlet that, you know, alleged or alluded to, you know, vote buying. You know, and they even showed, you know, clearly even mentioned that is the wife of the APC candidate.
We cannot verify that.
Yeah, that's the point. I'm just saying that, you know, there was also that allegation. You know, it cannot be, I mean, it has not been verified. Yes. Okay. And what the governor has also alluded to has not been verified. But the most important thing is that, you know, we have to look at, you know, the factors, the predisposing factors that will make people to go and sell, you know, their votes, you know, for a pittance. And, you know, the analysis so far, and in fact, also even from historical analysis that we have, you know, from previous elections, when you have people who are extremely poor, poverty-stricken, and they have no, reliable source of income, or the income is, doesn't actually, provide, give them, a leeway, to, existential survival or something of that nature. You end up having people who naturally will, submit themselves to such, such, attempts to actually, buy, their conscience, pay some fees, as Jibo has mentioned. Maybe 5,000 is enough for somebody to say, okay, I'm going to give you my vote, even if that clearly is not what his conscience will have dictated. Now, there we have to look at such existential factors that will make people to sell their votes. But what is important is that it is also the desperation of the contestants that will, they are the ones that will actually provide this one to, sort of entice them to sell their votes. So again, I think it's part of the political culture that has emerged over a period of time in this country. Let's look at what takes place in other places, other climes. Elections are held, and they are usually based on, what programs, that
the candidates have.
That the candidates have, or the political parties have put across, to the voters. And people now make their own choice on the basis of such manifestos or programs. But that's not the case here. The problem we're having is that it has, politics is now a business so serious that people don't even care about programs, ideology, or even, what they should determine on the basis of what actually is going to benefit them more. It's just a question of, cash and carry phenomenon that we have in this country. And it's really, really very, very bad.
Unfortunately so. Professor Yakubu, thank you so much for your perspective. Dr. Omole, we have been talking about this, and we will not get tired of having conversations around vote buying. It's not supposed to be part of democracy, like experts will tell you. Now, we're still having this case. How do we get to this stage that people will begin to know that you don't have to sell your votes? Stakeholders have been talking about this, enlightening them, but yet we're still having this case.
Well, vote buying is a very serious aberration within the democratic practice. But what people, in my own thinking, what people are misunderstanding, some people deliberately accept this as a norm. And it's very unfortunate. I've heard young men argue that even in the United States, souvenirs are given for electoral campaigns. Even in advanced democracy, they print T-shirts. If it is for campaigns,
that's quite different.
But when you come to the polling booth, you say, if you don't bring X amount, I am not going to vote for you. That is where...
Not at the polling units.
At the polling unit, on the day of election. You see people, if you go to a typical polling unit in Nigeria, you see the houses that are close by, you see clusters of people waiting. And it's not one party that is guilty of this. Even smaller parties that you think will not even have the resources. I wonder where they...
With due respect to them.
Yes, with due respect to them. So everybody is involved in this issue of vote buying. And it's a very serious problem, and in our current political experiment, though it has been there, but as our democracy matures, this issue of vote buying, I don't know how we can criminalize it. And we actually want to even see a situation whereby one or two people are arrested and jailed. People joke about the bullion van moving on election day.
I think it's already criminalized in the Electoral Act. Vote buying is criminalized, but we're going to hear more from
yes, it's criminalized, but nobody has been actually arrested and prosecuted and jailed, and let it be clear to everybody that wants to engage in this vote buying. so person has already been jailed as a result of vote buying. And it sometimes it's not even cash. Sometimes it's Maggi that women have to share. No, I'm telling you.
You're right.
Sometimes it's Maggi, sometimes it's salt. You
textile materials.
Yes, sometimes textile materials that people have to share on election day. So I think those of us that are into academics, those of us that are into civil society, they have been doing a lot of work. I've read a lot of literature on the issue of vote buying. A lot of, even CDD, I think they did a lot of work on this issue of vote buying. But just like Prof has said, poverty, everything in Nigeria, we trace it to poverty. But does it mean if you are poor, you do not have your own self-dignity?
And conscience.
Conscience. Because by the time you accept this money, because year in, year out, we are on this issue of vote buying. You take money, the wrong candidate gets into position, and then we are in a merry-go-round. So I think we need to design something as a people to ensure that this whole issue of vote buying, but politicians have a lot of role to play in this. If we know that on election day you bring each money to a polling booth to be shared to voters, and the money you are sharing has an impact. Because I hear a lot of people say, collect their money, but don't vote for them. How will you collect somebody's money and then you will not vote for the person? That is a big question. Even at rallies, I hear on the podium, people will say, when they bring money, collect, but don't vote for them. Once you, Prof, I hope you have heard that. Yes. So once you have collected, you have committed yourself. There's no way you can take a bribe from somebody and then you will not do what that person is telling you. So this idea of collect the money and don't vote for them, please, we should de-emphasize that. Don't even collect at all. Let people begin to resist vote buying in whatever form.
And shame them with the money.
And shame them with the money. And then, you know, it will begin to change gradually.
All right, we'll be going to the Center for Development, for Democracy and Development to actually know whether Nigerian democracy is actually developing. But before we talk about development, Professor Jibril, vote buying is still a serious matter like we have been talking about. What is there in the Electoral Act to mitigate this or to check this?
Well, the Electoral Act is very clear that vote selling and buying is a criminal act, and anybody caught selling his vote or paying somebody to give up his vote should be arrested and prosecuted. The work we have done in the Center for Democracy and Development has observed vote buying emerged as a major problem in Nigerian elections in 2015. Before then, there was a lot of money spent on election day, but it will be bribes that would usually go to either INEC officials or security agents to try to get them to compromise the electoral procedures. But 2015, we saw a lot of these monies were going directly to the voters. And it has one positive story, which is that the politicians realize that the votes of ordinary citizens count, and that therefore, once the elections are free and fair, then if you want to change possible outcomes, the person you go to is the voter. So that's the positive thing. It indicates an improvement in terms of the transparency of the voting process and outcomes. But what's terrible about it is that this process of bringing corruption to the level of the voter creates a terrible precedence for governance, because it affects the mentality of whoever emerges as the winner, who will now start thinking, these people didn't really vote for me. I took my money and bought it, and therefore I can do what I want. So it breaks the bond, the governance bond between the voter and the elected official, because the bond is supposed to be I have other choices. I could have chosen, but I chose you because you have an electoral program that says you will improve governance, and I, as a citizen, will benefit from that improved governance. But now when it becomes a commercial relationship, that I pay for it and it's mine, therefore that bond is broken. And it creates really distortions in democracy. But above all, it means those who exercise political power no longer have that urge that I will perform so that the next time they'll vote for me again or vote for my party again. Now they'll say, I'll make money now, and the next time I'll just bribe them again. Therefore, I don't have to do anything in their interests or in the interest of the wider community. So that's the danger we've been warning in the Center for Democracy and Development. And we think here really is a question of civic education. It's difficult to police every voter. Dr. Omale has raised the issue that people being advised to collect the money and not vote for the person. But you know Nigerian politicians are very smart. They now ask for empirical evidence.
They have voted.
Yeah, that's when they started saying, since 2015, when you vote, take your phone and snap so that you show me you actually voted and I pay you.
That's the invoice.
Yeah, it becomes the invoice of that criminal activity that has taken place. And that was why INEC introduced this new procedure saying you cannot enter the booth itself with your handset, so that you cannot produce that evidence that you are now a confirmed criminal, which is what it is in reality. So I think the civic education component is extremely important. And it's important for two reasons. One, if you choose somebody because you know he will deliver, then you feel as a citizen you have done a good act. The second issue is that the person voted for will know he was voted for because he has made a commitment to that constituency, and for his own survival in the political system, that commitment should be kept so that the next time he will again be voted for.
All right. Now, you talked about the penalties, the sanctions available for vote buying. Do you think, with the situation we have in this country, these penalties are enough, stiff enough to serve as a deterrent?
I think the penalties are stiff enough, but the problem is what is the procedure for prosecution. Currently, the Electoral Act, as amended, says INEC should prosecute all those who are found to have engaged in such illegal activities. But INEC doesn't have the capacity to prosecute. INEC doesn't have the capacity to arrest. It doesn't have the right to investigate. Therefore, we live in a system, a judicial system, in which the responsibility of investigation, of arrest and prosecution is with the police and the public prosecutor. So by the Electoral Act roping INEC into a role that it's not able to perform, we cripple the provision. And that's why, as Dr. Omale said, we don't have records of people being actually arrested, investigated, and prosecuted, which is what would happen if we want that provision to make sense. So right now, it's in a sense a still provision, because in practice, it is not being implemented. Of course, INEC has been working closely with the police to encourage them to take up this role. But I think one of the key issues that is emerging is that in the amendment to the Act, that should be taken into account.
All right, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, they've been talking about is how this process in Edo State will be a different one, that is not going to be business as usual, that they are going to prosecute this time. We hope that will be the case. And of course, INEC has made recommendations to the National Assembly about setting up a different body to handle prosecution of electoral offenders. Now, you are recommended to the National Assembly that are constituted or dominated by politicians as well, and you want them to make law that will check them. Do you think this will work?
Well, it can work. I think the most important thing is to also look at the way legal issues are being handled in this country. Because this is quite critical, even if the current, electoral law as amended is not, biting enough. I mean, it doesn't mean that, it has not made provision for criminalizing those who are involved. And it is now left for the legal system to actually,
stand up to it.
Yes, let it function. As I think Professor Jibril has mentioned the point about civic education, the essence of civic education. We actually need to conscientize the Nigerian voters, as well as also the politicians, that what the politicians, because I still believe that it's the politicians that take the initiative of inducing the voters. What they are doing is antithetical to democratic politics, and it should be stopped. And then those who are, forced by circumstances, I still, want to stress this point. I mean, somebody who is relatively, well-to-do, he can, hear, or they can feed themselves. They won't have to look for, assistance from, anybody. Will even think it is demeaning to their personality or to their person to go and collect money in order to vote, for somebody. So it's a question also looking at the social structure. How do you actually, put in place, a functional mechanism that will discourage people from, being susceptible to accepting, bribes, either before or during voting. And I also think that if we go back into the history of elections in this country, I could recall that during the transition program of Babangida's administration, there was option A2. A4 that was introduced. Some people say it was also antithetical to, the confidentiality that is required in democratic politics. That, you don't ask people to go and line up either before
one particular
poster. Yeah. Yes. But at least this problem was solved. Because I was part of the people that participated in, I served as the National Secretary of the Interim Committee of the Social Democratic Party that time, when, we implemented this procedure. And that election till today, if not that it was annulled, is still considered to be one of the best, elections ever held. It was not violent. There was no, there are no visible elements of corruption in the electoral process. Of course, other than the fact that it was annulled, which was also a criminal offense, as a matter of fact. Yeah. Good. But the next election, was the one of 2015. No,
1999. 1999. Yes. The democracy only returned in 1999.
No, I'm talking of the next election that the one that Yiga's INEC Commission, conducted.
Okay.
It was also considered to be,
That's 2015.
2015.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. It was considered to be very, successful, and this extravagant display of corrupt practices that we're talking about, and some of the allegations we're even hearing now, whenever things that were reported about, but the problem now, the issue now is that this problem is festering, and it is getting more and more entrenched. And this is what we need to look at. How do we maybe go back to our books on election, if you may put it that way, and see what is it that was done. And that's why I think the option A4 that was used before could be resorted to. And this idea of checkmating, vote buying and vote selling, could be solved.
All right, Prof, you have just raised a very important point. Option A4, standing in front of the choice, the candidate of your own choice. Do you think that can actually solve this vote buying? Because it will still amount to the highest bidder carries the day. When you have enough money to induce people, it will still be reflected on the queue, because I can clearly see you on my queue that you're voting for me. I will pay you.
Yes, I like option A4 very well. At that time, I was in the university, and it produced very good results. But option A4 in the 21st century might be problematic, especially the issue of vote buying, as we know it is, I give you money, and then so once the politician sits and watch which side are you lining up, automatically what Professor Jibo said about people snapping the voting this thing and showing they don't need any evidence any longer. The evidence is clear to everybody,
and so that will even lead to you not guaranteed of your living
of your peace.
Yes, or they will even come to your house and return my money for me.
Otherwise, you pay.
Let me remind you what the Sultan said about that election, both the nomination of 1992 and eventually the elections. He said he opposes it completely because so many marriages were broken. Because the wife will enter one queue, the husband will enter the other. The husband will say, "Come and join my queue," and she will refuse. The next issue is divorce. Let me just remind us that one of the most important principles in elections is the secret ballot, so that people don't know what you did. And what that innovation did was to go back to an earlier epoch where you had an open ballot, where you vote in public. It definitely has its advantages, but it has a lot of disadvantages. Right. And now that vote buying and vote selling has become a major problem, it means you completely commercialize the electoral process. So the culture we have now developed of bribing everybody, including the voter, would only get worse. So I'm really of the view that open ballot cannot work at this time.
No, it's not that. Well, I mean, we can actually debate, say here and debate.
Let's see your angle.
Yeah?
Let's see your angle from it.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that we can actually debate this, ad infinitum.
Or it could be modified.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is that we say we have already identified a problem.
A problem. How to solve it.
How to solve it. And we had a historic, solution, which is what I made reference to. Of course, nobody also said that it was perfect. Nobody said so. I mean, we also noticed, I mean, like the observation of, I don't know, the Sultan of Sokoto.
Sultan of Sokoto at that time.
At that time,
He actually wrote a petition on it.
Yeah.
You have to stop that. And actually, there was the modified open ballot system, which was actually used for the elections, in which everything is done openly, but at the last moment, you enter the cubicle to vote.
Yeah, you see, there could be a solution, because if I do accept that, there should be secrecy in voting, confidentiality. I mean, you should actually exercise your free, your conscience, your free conscience to vote, the candidate or the party that you think will, help you, in terms of your existential needs after coming to power. But we are now also saying that the problem of vote buying is becoming so entrenched.
Very well.
Yeah, I think it is the medical people that said if you have a very terrible disease, you have to also apply, a very serious medical procedure.
Desperate situation will ask for desperate
solution. Yes. Yeah, that's what we are discussing. I mean, I cannot even. I can't just even think how much this problem of vote buying and vote selling how much problem it creates for the democratic culture we want to build in this country.
All right, look, Dr. Omale, we're going to...
Yes, I think electronic voting will help. I think electronic voting will help. Professor Jibo said something that caught my attention. He said that vote buying has become a very serious phenomenon, shows that the politician believes that votes now count. So the politician decides to engage directly with the voter. I think that is a very, very important point. Because if the politician knows that he doesn't need the voter, he will not go and approach the voter with money. So it's a very important point he has raised.
Important, and it says that it has now sort of make INEC a very important agency, and shows that they are actually working.
Yes. Right. So, but if electronic voting comes in my university, I ran a student election, and everybody was surprised because the students voted from their phones. And before you know it, there was no collation, the team was collating. Automatically. Once you just put your student ID, you log into the voting site, you vote for a candidate of your choice, it tallies immediately. So all these cumbersome processes of collation, counting, this one, that one, I'm not saying that is foolproof. That is on one aspect. Secondly, having direct access to the voter at that particular, people congregating in one place, and then you be able to dish out the cash, will not be possible at that time, because people can stay in the comfort of their homes or at
those who still want the money will go to them. Don't be surprised that it will become like this betting, where you have a center where you can come and vote in my own center, or I'm going to pay you where you come.
Yeah, in fact, that was even the point I wanted to also make to observe, which is that we should not even, restrict our own analysis to what happens on the voting day in an election, especially what is happening today in Edo. Yes. But that even during primaries, you also have this,
delegates.
The delegates. It's in this country we have witnessed, a situation where, for the primaries, delegates were camped, captured and camped in certain, hotels, as in the city where the primary election was taking place. So we are really talking of, a serious, cancerous disease, as far as politics is concerned in this country. And I totally agree that probably if we go digital, we're going to solve quite a number of
the issues,
of the problems created by vote buying or vote selling. But the other thing is that, anything that is human-made, you can also expect that, scammers or people who are going to render it utterly useless are also working as fast as that. So, yes, let's see to what extent we can, implement digital voting, and to what extent the politicians are prepared. Because I understand that, even towards the 2015 election, there was an attempt to experiment with digital voting. And of course the politicians knew, that a number of them were going to be seriously disadvantaged, if they could not, either scrap it or try to render it utterly useless. So, voting or democratic politics is still what I call, I mean, it is an ongoing process. In fact, I would even hesitate to say what we have in this country now is democracy. I would rather call it civilian rule as opposed to military rule. In the military rule, we don't even talk about, it's a question of, the senior officers or those who are, quite ambitious in becoming, heads of state, that will come out and, undertake the coup d'etat that will change, one government, either military or civilian. But here we say we want to practice democracy, and what we have is actually, is the opposite. So how do we get out of this mess? The issue is the question raised by, the point raised by Jibo earlier, which is that to what extent can we improve on the civic education of the citizenry as well as particularly the politicians?
All right, we have a serious challenge or problem at hand, and how to make it better or solve it is what we are looking for. This is still Edo decides. That the electorates in Edo State are still deciding who is going to be the next civilian governor of the state. The process has been peaceful so far from the reports we're getting from Edo State, and we hope this will be the case to the end of the situation. You are watching NTA on the network service, that is, and reports coming in from Igobazua in Ovia South West indicate that some shots were fired by alleged security personnel, and NTA cameraman was manhandled by irate youth, and we are hoping to get details from Benin very soon as we'll rejoin them, or probably get reports from that center. We still have our gentlemen in the studio, Professor Yakub Nuhu and Professor Jibril Ibrahim is still here as Dr. Adoye Matthew Omale. And now, in a few days, Nigeria will be 60 since independence, and already we have 21 years of uninterrupted democracy in this country since democratic rule returned in 1999. Professor Jibril, we want to see how developed we have been. We're talking about democracy. We are still talking of vote buying, violence, all sorts of practices when it comes to elections. Do you think this democracy is actually growing?
I think it is growing, and my first argument is that
Sorry to cut in, Prof, because I was starting it on the against the background that Professor Yakub mentioned, that way back during the SDP NRC election, way back in 1993, there was nothing like vote buying, no inducements, and now we are supposed to be progressing, and here we are.
Yeah, my point really is that democracy is a learning process, and we are learning. The first learning I want to draw your attention to is that the first republic lasted 5 years.
5 years. Yeah.
The second republic lasted 4 years. The fourth republic is at its 21st year. So we are learning that if you have a problem with your democracy, a coup is not the answer. The answer is for you as democratic actors to search inwards for the solution, and you will gradually improve the quality of your electoral and democratic process. And a lot of the discussion we are having today is showing that there is an improvement in the integrity of the electoral process that we have witnessed in the past few years. The improvement started with the 2011 elections when Jega came on board. It improved with the 2015 elections. And since then, a lot of those innovations have been maintained by the Yakubu Mahmoud INEC. And these are becoming now classic modes of improved election. Now, we do have one challenge, which is that a lot of Nigeria's political class do not accept democratic norms and try everything to subvert that system so that they can get into power without the support of voters. So that's the challenge we are facing. And like Professor Nu Yakub was saying, we have to study this challenge at each point in time and look for ways and means of addressing it so that when the politicians develop a trick to subvert the process, we immediately develop a countermeasure that will make their new invention useless.
Yeah.
So my point really is that it's a continuous process of improving the quality and the integrity of the elections and of democratic norms, and that if we remain focused, and above all, if we sustain a high level of civic education so that the voters themselves become key players in stopping the subversion of the democratic process. That's really the way forward. So yes, our democracy is not as good as it could have been, but we've been making progress. Well, take a country like the United States of America that has had 200 years of sustained elections. And today, the fear is rigging, that there are real objective reasons to think that there are forces manipulating the November elections, and even direct rigging is a very high possibility. So there's no, democracy is never a finished business. It's a permanent struggle. It's based on a permanent learning process, and it's based on finding ways to stop those who are trying to subvert its processes and methods.
Thank you very much, Professor Jibril. Now, with how to stop the subversion of a process is still what we're looking at. Dr. Omale,
yeah.
When democracy returned in 1999 and some years down the line, you hear people call it a nascent democracy. These days, you don't get to hear that anymore. Does that mean we are now matured? And is that reflecting in the process or electoral process that we're having?
Well, when the child is born, he will first be carried by the mother. Then after some months, he'll start crawling. Then after some months, he'll start standing.
And we're still crawling.
And then learning to walk. I think we have finished the process of crawling. So we are no longer nascent. After 21 years, we are no longer nascent. I wouldn't agree that, but 21 years is a lot of time. It's a lot of time. Unfortunately, people equate democracy only to election. Periodic election is only one aspect of democracy. We have made a lot of progress in area of association, either civil association. We have made a lot of progress in area of allowing people to voice their opinion. Yes, though there are isolated cases where pressmen are gagged here and there, where people don't have opportunity. Before, appearing on NTA and speaking like this, you will be tailored. I would not even come, but it's because there's a lot of freedom. You understand what I'm saying?
Very well.
There's a lot of freedom. So, yes, we have made progress in several areas, even in terms of security. Listening to the policeman, deputy commissioner today, we have made a lot of progress. Even people's perception about democracy in Nigeria, don't forget that where we are coming from, long time of military rule, where we have, I don't need to mention them, we have very crude people who will tell you who built this Gada. Those were the people that were ruling. They were using whip on people, draconian decrees and the rest. So those, we have put them behind us. So to that extent, democracy has moved on.
All right.
People are forming political parties, whether INEC is deregistering or not, but we have almost a multi-party system of democracy. So we are moving on. However, I agree with Prof. that there are challenges. And these challenges are things that are within our purview. The National Assembly is about doing a constitutional review. A lot of people say, oh, go and pick political reform conference document, go and do this. But I think areas that we need to strengthen the democracy, like Prof has said, it's not everything that we have not yet, it's not yet uhuru. Democracy is a learning process, and it keeps on evolving. We have identified certain challenges. What are these challenges that we have with our democracy today? One, INEC itself. How independent is INEC? It's not about Professor Mahmoud, it's not about Jega, it's not about individuals. The institution of INEC. Who appoints what? Electoral commissioners, who appoints the INEC chairman, and so on and so forth. We have to take a critical look at that, because it will also have a ripple effect on our democracy. The participation of security men. I'm surprised I have not seen soldiers, if not before. We only hear about 30,000 policemen deployed. We don't know the number of soldiers that have been deployed. We don't know, but I know that they will be deployed. Then our political parties themselves, how are their internal democratic practices? APC, PDP, Labour Party, and so on and so forth. Just like Prof has mentioned, we saw in some conventions in Port Harcourt or in Abuja, we saw how delegates were smiling to the bank. Some up to $5,000 that we heard that delegates were having. So political parties need, we have a challenge with our political parties. And issue of godfatherism, that one, although Nigerians are growing it gradually, but it's still there. You can't go into an elective office without some very powerful individual backing you or just like everything we do in Nigeria. So those are the challenges we are having. That does not mean that our democracy is not moving forward. But there are certain things that are happening that is not bringing our democracy up to the national, international standard. And those are the things I think we want to correct. And then one of the most important reason, which a lot of people are not talking about, is that we are not introducing an intellectual bent. Just like Prof said this morning, people are not discussing programs. People are not discussing issues. People are only talking about Oshomole and Obaseki are quarreling. So what about that? People are only talking about, APC has Wike, APC has this governor, PDP has this governor, APC has Ganduje, APC has this, and everybody is converging in Edo. Nobody is looking at the program and policies that will put Edo forward. People are looking at just the political gladiators, the political figures. Which to me is a serious problem. So until we begin to introduce intellectual discourse and give direction, if you look at the Greek system, if you look at even in Europe, it is the intellectuals that give direction to people. This is what we think. The philosophers, the thinkers. This is what we think. This is how we want our society to look like. But this case is the reverse. It is the thugs that are giving direction. And that is a major problem with our democracy. And any democracy that doesn't have those group of people staying in the forefront and giving direction. What are our academics doing in the universities? What are they doing? How are they molding? Because this education we are talking about is happening from the homes. Political education is happening just as we are growing up. A small child in the US or in the developed democracy already knows virtually most of these things before he's 10 years or 11 years. But are we building that culture in our people right from the homes, right from the villages? And that is what we should be doing. From primary school, yes, there's civic education in the school curriculum. But I don't think children at that level are imbibing those civic education that they are teaching them, because I interact with a lot of kids, and I don't see that civic education being translated in the way they look at issues, in the way they discuss Nigeria, or the way they discuss intellectual issues. So I'm done, Prof.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Omole. We'll be going to Professor Yakub very soon to tell us about how developed Nigerian democracy is, but we soon seem to be having a signal from Benin to get some situation reports. Nnamdi Odiukwo is standing by. Let's hear from him now.
Southwest local government. Precisely, Igwabazua, Ward 1, in Ozuala Model Primary School. Voting has actually commenced in the last year. And so far so good. We've heard that no incident has happened here in this vicinity. Madam, we have here with me the presiding officer. She's going to tell us what has happened so far here. Madam, how has it been here?
Anyway, it has been successful. Everything has been fair.
Have you had any issues with anybody?
At all.
Okay.
No issue.
What about the card readers? Are they working?
Very, very.
So it has been smooth so far?
Smooth and fair.
So far. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
She just told us what has been going on in this vicinity. But earlier we were in another unit across the school compound, and there was slight incident between the security agents and some of the people who said shots were fired to scare the voters. But it also led to our cameraman, who was on the scene at that time, being attacked.
Yes, that was not Nnamdi Odiukwo, and we still hope to get situation report from Nnamdi very soon in the course of a program. But now let me quickly go to Dr. Nuhu Yakubu. Professor, I beg your pardon.
That's okay.
I'm not going to demote you on this program. Yes, very well. Now, we're talking about the development of this democracy, and Dr. Omole mentioned the fact that the number of thugs you are able to get is likely to be the outcome of your results. Those are the machines that you're going to use in subverting the process. How developed is it for you, Nigerian democracy?
Well, I think, rather, let me put it this way, I have my reservations about the pattern of democratic development in this country. For me, democracy, let me put it this way, substantive democracy is devoid of violence, is devoid of thuggery, is devoid of snatching boxes, or even, firing, as we have even, as it's already imagined, maybe, the Edo election is already getting a little bit violent. It doesn't need to scare people away, by, even if you are just firing the gun, to scare people away, not aiming at actually, killing.
No, thank God the gunshot was not from any thug, was from the police operator.
Yeah. So as long as we continue to have these features of, democratic practice, I have my reservations about referring to what we are having as democracy. I will still want to maintain that, yes, I'll agree that democratic process is work in progress. And I'm not particularly impressed with, what has been achieved from 1999 to 2020. That's about 21 years ago.
Yes.
Because of the inherent problems or challenges in the democratic process. If the U.S., after over 200 years, is, somebody is talking about, the possibility of rigging of election in 2020 in the U.S., then it means that, we should actually aim, I'll be thinking of how do we improve what we are operating, because there's no, foul-proof mechanism to check how to make democracy, a process that is completely free of, challenges. So, but to get that, it's a question of mindset. I think this is what the point that was raised. I think Jibo was a member of the Waste Commission, committee. They talk about the mindset of Nigerians. Somebody has already made up their mind. I will make sure that this election is going to be disrupted. I'm making sure the voting in my ward will not go on, as it should be. So these are the things that we need to begin to think about. How do we address this mindset? But if we just believe that, we have reduced the extent, extent of attempt at disrupting elections, that's a progress. That's progress. Well, I have no problem with that definition. But I'm saying that, since we agree that the democratic process is a work in progress, we should actually be thinking critically, what is it can we do in terms of civic education and some people say don't use the word political education because you are turning it to either Marxist or ideological parameters. I will use the word civic education. How can we actually address the minds of Nigerians to the healthy nature of playing democratic politics? In other words, we are going to have political parties. We have political parties, but even the political parties we have, to what extent can we actually call them political parties? If somebody can, they come from one party today and join another one, and it has even we have forgotten. And I think this is also one of the things that we have to look at. If you are elected on the basis on the platform of a particular party, the electoral, the constitutional provision should not allow you to decamp at will and just switch over to another. So if we begin to think in terms of discipline, even the politicians, it is then we will begin to see what qualitative difference or improvement there is to our democratic practice. Otherwise, we will just be deceiving ourselves. I still want to think that there is still a lot of work to be done. And given the example also we are having from the US, as after 200 years, they are still complaining about this, then it means that we have a longer and a more serious battle ahead of us in this country.
All right, Dr. Obola, you're making some notes. So
he talked about something that I've been very passionate about. This issue of decamping or cross-carpeting. Yeah. I know in the British system, they have cross-carpeting, but it's not the way we are doing it here. Can you imagine 2 days before close of nomination, somebody will leave party A
to party
Okay, in the case of Obaseki, he left APC. A day before the nomination will close, join PDP, was given the nomination. Other people who have been campaigning were told to step down. I mean, it's corruption. I mean, we can't continue like this. It's corruption. It's corruption. I don't have proof, but we heard that for the leadership of the party was given a huge distance to watchers to talk to everybody to allow him pick the ticket. Including the candidates that were contesting the elections for years. They have spent their money. Yeah. So he really touched on something that this issue of the camp, even in the National Assembly, you cannot guarantee that before the 2023 election, you cannot really predict the situation in the National Assembly or in the state assemblies. They decamp at will from one party wholesale. Sometimes if the governor moves, everybody moves. When my governor, Dr. Otom, moves from APC to PDP, local government chairman, House of Assembly members, it's a shame.
Same across states.
Yes, it shouldn't be so. So maybe Professor Jibo will tell us something about this issue of the campaign. I've been in the West man. Has he decamped before? No, honestly, it's a very serious issue.
Professor Jibril, this is a very serious issue, like you have rightly mentioned. We're having defections, cross-carpeting, or whatever names you want to use for it. Now, one candidate is moving from one party to the other, and yet people are still taking them seriously. What do you think they should be the concern of the electorate? Don't you think that the electorate should be able to interrogate this, that these people are not actually for us. They are after their own intention. Moving from one party to the other, it doesn't make you a changed person. We're still having the same thing across parties.
I think cross-carpeting frequently and at critical periods is an extremely bad sign that that party system is very poorly developed. But it's always important to start with the original sin. What is the original sin? Is the lack of internal party democracy. Most of our parties do not follow their own constitution and their own rules, and therefore are always precipitating crisis within the party.
Do they really have the rules? And
no, they do have. They do have. It's a constitutional provision, so they do have them. But the issue is, are they following them? Obaseki was mentioned for cross-carpeting, but you must start with the fact that there was a party convention.
Too also defected, yes.
Yeah, I know, and there was a party convention where, as a serving governor, it is normal for him to have the right of first refusal. That was denied him. The convention was organized, or basically rigged, to throw him out. So a condition is created. And going back the last 21 years, it's not something specific to this case. We've always had problems where people who are godfathers within the party deny party members the opportunity to take decisions. Because in a normal party system, when a nomination comes, it's really the view of the majority of party members that will prevail. I remember, for example, when Sarkozy came up in France, the president at that time and head of the RPR party was Jacques Chirac, who hated Sarkozy, who prayed that that guy would be destroyed. They went to convention. Chirac did not manipulate the convention. The majority was for Sarkozy, so the party chose Sarkozy. That's the way democratic parties are supposed to operate. So the original sin we have here in this country is that the parties have not been allowed to operate normally. Operating normally means parties should have members, and members should take decisions. What happens in Nigeria is that party barons collect the cards, party cards of members. They're calling it democracy. And they bust them to a convention with instruction, vote for A. So it's not as if they are free to take decisions according to their conscience and according to how they see their interests. The godfathers control processes. And really, a strategic objective in deepening Nigerian democracy is to improve the adherence of political parties both to obeying the Electoral Act and to following their own constitution and their own rules. Once that doesn't happen, then you are bound to continue to have this type of difficulties.
Yes, so, all right, thank you very much, Professor Jibril. Now, Professor Yakub, your fellow professors just raised another important issue here, internal democracy. From what I deduce from what is just said, it seems like vote buying starts from within the party, because in this same country, we've had a case whereby a particular party was organizing convention or a primary election, and then you heard of money changing hands and all of that. How do we get internal democracy right?
Well, I mean, I think Gibo also provides the antidote, and the antidote is that you have rules. For goodness' sake, why don't you abide by your rules? Why? Why do you put the rules there in the first instance, and you later come to make it unworkable? It comes back to the point I raised about their committee report. Mindset. Somebody has already made up his mind, or their mind, that by all means I should be the chosen candidate. whether or not the people want them. And if, we do not, like the example he has also given about, Sarkozy and Chirac in France. The moment, they went to the convention and the people, the members of the party said, no, this is our candidate. It becomes very imperative for whatever is the role Chirac has played before as he was first of all prime minister before he became president of France. In his political development or political career. Despite the fact that he was president, he didn't say by all means. It has to be a candidate of his own choice. This is what we are lacking. The culture, the democratic culture is not there in the first instance. And this is what we need to cultivate. You can't have democracy when there are no Democrats. It's not possible. So we need to, first of all, cultivate, develop, and groom Democrats. If we don't have people with democratic, instinct, don't expect that there will be democracy, no matter how long we have been able to make it impossible for the military to come back. There's no democracy. And that's the point I'm making.
All right, thank you, Prof. Dr. Omole, we have parties, and we have been made to know that parties have structures, they have the ideologies, which we don't really see in practice. They have their ways of choosing their candidates when it comes to elections, and yet nobody can check them. How do we then ensure internal democracy? Because whatever the party decides, let's meet, let the National Working Committee meet, let this meet, we decide who is going to be our candidates, without necessarily being transparent in with their ways of choosing the candidates.
Yes, I have looked very critically at the constitution of most of the political parties since 1999. The constitution of the political parties leave a lot of gaps for manipulation. They leave a lot of, those constitutions leave a lot of gaps, and that is why it's unfortunate. In the British system, they have an unwritten constitution. But people have integrity. But in Nigeria, everybody show me in the constitution. Everything show me in the constitution. Even when the issue is clear. For example, let me give an example. If you say commissioners, special advisors, senior special assistants, all the aides of a governor are automatic delegates, for example. And then before a primary, somebody sees that it's not going to favor him, they convene an emergency convention, do a quick amendment. You understand what I'm saying? So the way we do our politics in this part of the world, you see, they can amend constitution even 2 times in a year, just because maybe they want an issue they want to tidy up. So it doesn't serve the political parties well. Secondly, when you look at the political party structure, I don't know where they got this, or whether it's convention, I don't know. Once you are a governor, you are automatically the leader of the party in your state.
In your state.
Once you are the president of the country, you are automatically the leader of the party in the country. I don't know how that came about.
And in some parties we have a national leader as apart from...
The national leader might not be even in the constitution. So how does the national leader operate?
You begin to see the problems we have.
So when you look at the constitution of the parties, when you look at there's a lot of loopholes that is open for manipulation. A constitution will say today that, yes, you can have direct primaries. In the same constitution, it's saying that you can have indirect primaries. You understand what I'm saying? So depending on who is interpreting or who wants to look at it.
And in some cases, states will determine which one
they want to take. And how do you determine? It depends on what the governor wants or what some godfathers in the state want. So the constitution is not very clear. Most of the issues there are subject to manipulation and subject to a lot. Then look at the Edo case. Committees were set up, screened a candidate who was in the last election was your candidate. Then the committee was set up. Suddenly they discovered some anomaly in the credentials. It's the same credentials he's using now to contest on that
for another party.
So that shows you that something is wrong with our party system.
I think we simply don't have discipline.
Yes, and it shows that there is lack of discipline among, just like Prof has said, among the political elites across parties. It's not just about PDP, APC or anything. It's across all parties, because the same thing is happening even in PDP and it's happening even in APC. At the lower level, it's even worse. Then, the issue of zoning. Zoning is not a constitutional matter in our country's 1999 constitution. It's not expressly stated.
Simply based on morals.
Yes, but in the party constitution, they will introduce it, but it's not too clear. The issue of zoning is, if they don't want a candidate, they say they have zoned you out, or zoning doesn't favor you. So there's no level playing field. And that is that's why there's problem in the internal democracy of most of the political parties. The field is not level for all members of the party. As a presenter in NTA now, you cannot confidently resign now. Maybe the youths in your village like the way you are working here, and then go say you want to run for House of Rep. They will just tell you that somebody in your local government went to House of Rep in 1950. When maybe Kwara was not created, or what? So 1950. So it's not your turn. You have to wait until. So and party.
Don't discourage him.
No, I'm not.
I'm not going to be discouraged.
So one party leader will just say, we just make that statement that no, it's not the turn of these people. Who determines this thing? It's not even the party. It's one party leader that determines. We saw what the likes of Lamidi Adedebu, they did in Oyo State. And so it's really a serious problem.
Amala democracy.
Yes, the Amala democracy. And in Kwara State, where people go to eat Amala, and then so that is vote buying, Prof. Amala politics is vote buying.
Politics. Even in those days, I remember during the SDP days, MK Abiola distributed some creams, soap, and all of that. But we can categorize that as vote buy. But going back to what you've just mentioned about people being denied that it's not your turn yet. I remember what happened in the days of Zero Party. A particular person who was qualified actually to contest as a candidate on during the days of Abuja then. He was not from that state, or he's not from the state, but was qualified to contest based on the constitution provision that we have. But what did we see? We saw people queuing up, the people from his original states queuing up, and then in the days of A4, option A4 that Professor Yakub mentioned, and we were seeing the line already making a U, why the indigene was not getting anything at all. And they said that was when they remembered that you are not originally from this state. So we will have to scatter this in the days of Zero Party. And that was cancelled. So just talking about what you mentioned. Now, Professor Jibril, we're still talking of internal party democracy, because I believe when this is set right, when we get it right at party level, within the party, this can translate to a better democracy nationally or generally. So how do we begin to block the loopholes that we have been, that all your other panelists who have been talking about in the internal democracy structure?
I think the Electoral Act that guides the conduct of parties is very clear on the matter of internal party democracy. They say very clearly that the candidate that emerges from primaries must be the one that scores the highest votes using either of the two methods set out in the law. That's either a direct election, which means every member of the party can vote, or indirect election, where you elect delegates representing wards who will vote on behalf of those wards. The Act also says very clearly the procedures defined within the party constitution must be strictly adhered to, and they must also be in conformity with both the Act and with the Constitution, which defines how political parties operate. The problem we started having was the judiciary was interfering with the processes of political parties. For example, there were many situations in which somebody wins the election, the primary, sorry, and then INEC has observers who saw the process and who know who won. Then the secretary of the party who delivers the results to INEC will take a different name. And I remember 2-3 elections ago, INEC will reject the name and say, no, we were there, we saw this is not the person who won, it's this other person who won. Then the person will go to court, and the court will say, oh, there's one clause in the Constitution that says INEC must accept the name given by the national leadership of the party. So we disregard the other clause that says the party that emerges must be the one with the maximum votes. In some cases, they'll give a name of somebody who didn't even participate in the primaries. Yeah. So the judiciary became a real stumbling block. They scattered the central principle of law, which is to understand what is the purpose of that law. The purpose of that law is to empower ordinary party members and to make sure that party adheres to what we call the popularity principle in political science. That if you emerge through a process as the most popular, then you are the best candidate for that party because you go on to do well in the elections, and therefore you must be the one whose name is taken forward. So the complexity of the Nigerian situation is this idea of shopping for verdicts in the law courts. And INEC has complained several times on this issue. Exactly the same scenario, one court will give one judgment, the other court will give the opposite judgment. And the same case, people will take it to different courts and get different judgments, which somebody once described as Jankara judgments that you pay for. We will not say who said that. But I'm saying that the law and its intention is very clear in terms of how the Electoral Act is formulated. There are 1 or 2 problems that can be corrected. But the spirit of that law is very clear. It says a party must have a clear constitution. It must adhere with the Electoral Act. And if that happens, then it means those who control party processes would be the ordinary members of the party. But we know that virtually no Nigerian party has real members. Godfathers will bring their people and procure cards for them, which they will keep, which means you have a situation where those godfathers are the real owners of the party rather than the ordinary members of the party. So in terms of the way forward, really, it is how do we make sure these parties adhere to what the Constitution says and what the Electoral Act says and what their own party constitutions says. Once we're able to do that, we'll start going back to a power change within the parties where the power will shift from godfathers to ordinary party members. That's the real power shift we want in Nigeria. Let power shift from godfathers to ordinary party members.
All right, that is supposed to be the beauty of democracy, and the powers are supposed to be in the hands of the electorate and the ordinary people. But quickly now, this session of Edo Decides is winding down gradually. But before we go and take the closing thoughts from our panelists here, let's quickly take some reports coming in from Edo State. As a former female speaker, Edo House of Assembly, Elizabeth TVA, is reacting to this election in one of the local government areas of the state.
I'm Right Honorable Mrs. Elizabeth. Okay, so the exercise, how did it go? What you voted? Yeah, I voted and it's been very peaceful and slow. And people are well organized and voting and hope that at the end of the day we'll be able to get a good result. However, we had some individuals who came and were trying to intimidate because but I think that has been put under control. Well, thank you very much.
That was the former female speaker at the House of Assembly, Elizabeth TVA. And quickly now, we're joining Sylvester Imokede in Asian Southeast local government area of Edo State to give us some situation reports.
This is Sylvester Imokede again at Ward 10, Unit 10, Otokimi Primary School, Abuja, Eastern Southeast local government area of Edo State. Accreditation has started since about 8 a.m. this morning and voting simultaneously, and the process has been peaceful. And also, they have also been adhering to the COVID-19 protocols laid down by the INEC in this place. Also, we can see that the agents came out in large numbers to exercise their franchise. The youth left out. Also, the House of Rep member representing Eastern Southeast and Eastern Northeast local government area, Honorable Sergius Ogun, has also exercised his franchise and is here to tell us his experience. Sir, what are your experiences here, sir?
Well, the exercise has been smooth so far, and I think the machines, the card readers deployed by INEC this time around are good. They are new, and digital, and we pray the process will continue like this.
So, what are your expectations?
Well, we expect that PDP will win, of course. This is the stronghold of PDP. We expect that we will win. Landslide victory here. We expect landslide victory here.
So, sir, tell us the peaceful nature of this place. Has this place been orderly?
Yes, we are like a family here. This is a unit 10, Ward 10. We are like a family in this quarter. So far, so good. It's been very peaceful. Not had any issues, and I don't believe that we're going to have any issues here today.
Thank you so much, sir. We also observe that security operatives are also on ground to make sure the process is free, fair, and transparent. Back to the studios.
Thank you very much, Sylvester Imokede. And we are just getting reports that voting has ended in some areas while sorting and counting of ballots have started amidst tight security in some parts of Edo State. By the schedule of INEC, the election started 8:30 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. is supposed to be when the elections will end, and that's about right now. And on that note, we'll be closing this session. But before we go, let's take some closing thoughts from my panelists, starting with Professor Yakub.
Thank you very much. Well, I think I'm happy with what I've observed today. And in other words, the election has been generally peaceful. And we are hoping that this first phase that is so peaceful will also translate into peaceful exercise in the remaining phases.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. Well, the time would not permit us to take other closing thoughts, but I'm sure we've benefited enough from their wealth of experiences on this show. Professor Nuhu Yakubu, former VC, University of Abuja and Sokoto State University, is also a political scientist. Well, thank you so much for your perspective and time. You've been patient enough. All right. And Professor Jibril Ibrahim, Senior Fellow at the Center for Democracy and Development. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
And Dr. Adoyi Matthew Omale, political scientist from Bayes University here in Abuja. We appreciate you too.
Thank you very much.
All right, so we're closing this session of Edo's Decide. So we've been giving you account from that city of love, the heartbeat of a nation, and the heartbeat is gradually normalizing. We hope this will be the situation at the end of the day. Thank you so much for being part of it and staying tuned in to NTA, which reopen the studio at 5 o'clock this same evening. Thank you. And most part and Wahab, remain with us.
And there's the start and get. Promises to Shara. Winds up that right hand. Archbishop of basketball.